Chapter 567. The human ruler seal was used without any suspense. It shattered the ancient tower, the bell, the cauldron, and many other treasures. Those people were sent flying far away, but they still could not escape the fate of their bodies collapsing. This kind of ancient inheritance was unimaginably powerful. It shocked even Yi Fan. His heart trembled, and at the same time he was incomparably happy. The embracing mountain seal, the human ruler seal, and the sky-flipping seal, this was only one seal. One could imagine how powerful the three seals would be when they were used together. Swish, swish, finally. Someone rushed out of the formation and escaped. Yi Fan did not use the row formula to chase after them. Instead, he took the Thousand Slayers' bow into his hand. This bow was dark green and carved with many symbols. The style was ancient, and one could tell at a glance that it had existed for a long time. Could kill Saint Lords, and its value was immeasurable. He held the Thousand Slayers' bow and pulled the bowstring. He finally understood why those people had to work together to activate it. They needed great strength to move it, but this was not a problem for Yi Fan. There were not many people who could compete with him in terms of saint power. Buzz! With a light tremble, the bowstring was pulled. Sand and stones flew everywhere, wind and thunder rumbled, and all kinds of light curled up. Endless essence energy madly gathered. He pulled the Thousand Slayers' bow into the shape of a full moon, and an arrow of light formed on the bowstring. When he let go, a divine light shot out, instantly disappearing into the clouds. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. That person and the cloud collapsed together, disappearing from the heaven and earth. Not even a bloody mist was left behind. Yi Fan pulled the bow a second time, and the arrow of light flew out, disappearing into the distance. A mountain peak exploded with a bang, and another person screamed as his body and soul were destroyed, leaving behind only a sky full of dust. The power of this bow was extremely terrifying and powerful. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Just now, if a superior person had shot at him with it, he would most likely be in danger. He fired 5 arrows in a row, and 5 divine lights cut through the sky. 5 great experts fell one after another, and not a single one could escape. Their blood dyed the sky, and they died here. Yi Fan caressed the Thousand Slayers' bow. This was a powerful treasure, and he loved it so much that he could not let go. His physical body was unparalleled in close combat, and with such a weapon for long-range combat, it could be said to be a perfect match for him. Thank you for saving my life, brother. Ji Haoyue's entire body was covered in blood. Even his hair was soaked in blood. He looked like a heavily injured divine tiger, but his might was still there. Yi Fan glanced at him and nodded. He didn't say anything. In the past, when he wasn't on good terms with the Ji family, he even thought about having a life and death battle with the godly king body. He swept his gaze across the mountainous region. There were more than 1 or 2 corpses of experts at the 8th transformation of the Dragon Realm. This made his heart tremble. Ji Haoyue's hair was disheveled, and he was in such a sorry state. However, he had also displayed great might and killed so many great enemies. If news of this spread, it would definitely shake the 5 regions. The inheritance left behind by the great ancient emperor is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Ji Haoyue must have an unparalleled sacred art that no one knew about. It was said that the great ancient emperor's scripture had another secret chapter. Even among the direct descendants, only a few could practice it. The void scripture was a secret holy technique that no one knew about. It was imprinted by an ancient great emperor's divine will, and those who had seen it were all dead. Until now, apart from a few people, almost no one knew how terrifying it was. May I ask for brother's name? Ji Haoyue asked. His expression was calm, and his eyes were like still water. Yi Fan glanced at him and felt that the other party might have guessed something. His fingers were a little itchy, and he really wanted to pretend that he didn't know about the godly king body. Don't be in a hurry to ask for my name and thank me. Actually, I really want to give you a few slaps right now. Hey, why do you want to slap my brother? Ji Ziyue was unhappy. She glanced at him with her crescent eyes and wrinkled her delicate nose. I definitely know you. Then, she smiled faintly, and two cute little dimples appeared on her jade-like cheeks. "Thank you for saving us." She wiped away the tears on her face and stared at Yi Fan non-stop. Her big eyes were full of spirit and beauty. The black and white of her eyes were distinct, like gems, filled with intelligence. "Are there flowers on my face?" Yi Fan asked. "I'm thinking of how to thank you." Ji Zus smiled sweetly, and her little canines flashed with a crystal luster. She wrinkled her nose and said, "You look like an old friend of mine." Yi Fan knew that she had most likely seen through something. The wisp of slyness in her eyes could not be concealed, but he did not want to expose her. "Don't you want to know what he looks like?" Ji Zus smiled. "Oh, what does he look like?" "That guy cheats and swindles. He does all kinds of evil. He abducts and sells children, lets dogs commit murder, he can kill. He's so bad that he can't be any worse. He's often struck by lightning." Ji Zus blinked her big eyes and counted with her slender fingers as she criticized seriously. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. He knocked her on the head and turned to leave. "You guys go out early." "Hey, hey, hey, stop right there." Ji Zus cried out in pain and rubbed her smooth, jade-like forehead. Grinding her little canine teeth, she ran over and blocked his path. "Do you really want me to beat your brother up?" Yi Fan smiled. "Don't you dare." Ji Ziyue's beautiful hair danced in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow and her eyes were bright. She wrinkled her nose and mumbled after some thought. "You're our savior. How can you leave just like that?" "Oh, do you want to repay me? Just give me any ancient scripture." Yi Fan smiled and walked forward again. "Why do you always want to leave? How about this, you become a disciple of our Ji family and I'll teach you the void scripture." On the other side, Ji Haoyue's forehead was filled with black lines. She strode over and glanced at her sister. "Hey, hey, hey, I really want to give you an ancient scripture. Don't not believe me." Ji Ziyue caught up with him again. Her big eyes were filled with smiles as she said very seriously, "If you teach me an ancient scripture, your brother will definitely be the first to attack and fight to the death with me." Yi Fan glanced at Ji Haoyue. "Don't ridicule my brother like that." Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Her big eyes looked towards the depths of the immortal mansion world. Then she lowered her voice and said, "I'll tell you the truth. In this world, there might really be ancient scriptures left behind by ancient emperors." Yi Fan's heart moved. Although the Ji family was far away in the eastern wilderness, they had once produced a great emperor. How many were there since ancient times? They must know some secrets. This place was an immortal mansion world. There were tens of thousands of people fighting in the ancient battlefield. The words "undying heavenly emperor" already indicated that it was extremely extraordinary. Perhaps they really knew some unknown secrets. Perhaps even the Void Emperor had come here before. After all, there were rumors that this place was related to the immortal domain. "How is it? Are you tempted?" Ji Ziyue's smile was very moving. Her bright eyes were kind and bright. Yi Fan couldn't help but touch his chin. He pondered seriously for a while. Suddenly, he realized that this habit really shouldn't appear. He hurriedly put down his hand and found that Ji Ziyue was blinking her long eyelashes and smiling at him. "Benefactor, may I know your name?" The Ji family's little moon asked mischievously. At the side, Ji Haoyue's face was calm. He looked at his little sister dotingly, but when he looked at Yi Fan, he couldn't help but frown. "Yijada." Yi Fan said these three words. "Ah, you ate so many of my spirit beasts." Ji Ziyue's mouth formed an O shape. She didn't expect this at all. But then she laughed softly. Ji Haoyue was also startled and had a strange expression on his face. A supreme-grade overlord had come out of the immortal mountain, and he was extremely daring. Not only did he defeat many disciples of extraordinary warrior manner, he even ate their spirit beast. His infamy had already spread far and wide, so it was impossible not to know about him. Ji Ziyue couldn't stop laughing. Then she asked, "You captured Chi Chili. Where is she now? How is she now?" "I haven't killed her yet. She's still serving tea," Yi Fan answered. Ji Haoyue suddenly said, "You should release her as soon as possible. The monster from the southern mountains is still in seclusion. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Yes, the people from the southern mountains are really strong. Especially a few of them, even my brother is afraid of them, Gzue said with concern. Yifan was shocked. Today, he truly understood the power of the Ji family's godly king physique. He tore apart a few Dragon Transformation 8 transformation cultivators and displayed the power of the Eastern Wilderness godly king. Were the people from the southern mountains so scary? He had to take this seriously. There were so many heroes in the 5 regions. There must be some unimaginable characters. You only know how to cause trouble, Gzue mumbled. When her brother wasn't paying attention, she rolled her eyes at Yifan. Then she said softly, I'll teach you a life-saving secret art. Zue, we should go out. Today's matter is not a small matter. We need to let the family leader know. At this moment, Ji Haoyue spoke. He then turned to Yifan and said, I will repay you for saving my life in the future. Leave with us first. It's too dangerous here. It's easy for you to fall into danger alone. Wait for us to invite experts before we come in. Gzue blinked her big eyes and looked at Yifan. It's fine. I'll be careful. Yifan didn't want to leave. He only asked seriously which ancient scripture might appear here. It might be the Supreme Sovereign Scripture, or the Void Scripture, or even the Demon Emperor Scripture. I can't be sure, Ji Haoyue said solemnly. Why? Yifan was surprised. Legend has it that this place is related to the immortal region. Some emperors came here before. Maybe they left something behind, Gzue answered. According to them, there would definitely be people coming here to search for the ancient inheritances of the immortal region to confirm certain things. They didn't say what exactly it was. According to some clues, there were definitely ancient scriptures in the depths of the immortal ancient world. There were also great secrets that no one knew about. Otherwise, the ancient emperors wouldn't have appeared here. Even the undying heavenly emperor might have come here long before the primordial era. Yifan couldn't stop thinking. The Ji siblings left. Gzue said that she would definitely come back soon. She told Yifan to be careful. In this savage world, danger and opportunity coexisted. Many people came here to try their luck. Every day, there would be treasures appearing and experts dying. The atmosphere was very tense. Yifan had been here for many days. He didn't go to the depths because there were already powerful figures that died in this region. 2 days later, he finally found something. There was an ancient tablet on the peak of a mountain. There were some spells carved on it. Although they were mysterious, they weren't what Yifan wanted the most. At this moment, he hoped to obtain the enlightenment marks of a top expert and find an opportunity to break through. Yifan comprehended for half a day. He had gained something and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a man landed on the peak. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he was quite extraordinary. He had a strong sense of confidence. This person had a medium build and looked to be 23 or 24 years old. His black hair was messy and his skin was dark. His eyes were sharp like lightning. He came in front of the ancient tablet with his hands behind his back. He was very arrogant and domineering. Leave quickly. I want to enter seclusion here, he said calmly. Although there was no killing intent, it was unquestionable. It was as if life and death were up to him and everything was in his control. Yifan frowned. He glanced at this person and didn't say anything. However, he stopped and didn't leave. This man came in front of the ancient tablet with his hands behind his back and studied it seriously. He didn't continue to speak and the two of them were in peace. After a while, Yifan glanced at him and didn't argue anymore. He was going to leave anyway, so there was no need to fight because of this. He landed on a peak not far away and continued to search for ancient ruins. Not long later, some people entered this mountain range. Most of them were young people. Yan Yunluan is here. Everyone, please make a detour. A cold voice sounded. It was precisely the man Yifan saw just now. He stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back and swept his eyes in all directions. What? Yan Yunluan is here? Let's leave quickly. Why is he here? Could it be that he is going to enter seclusion again? He often has epiphanies. We can't provoke him. This is a monster. Most of these young people were disciples of the extraordinary warrior manner. They all felt restraining fear and retreated from this mountain range. Although they were of the same generation, they didn't dare to confront him head-on. Yifan was astonished. This person was truly powerful. Even the other holy child-level characters of the 5 great regions felt restraining fear. He was definitely extremely dangerous. Not long after, auspicious energy curled up on that mountain peak. Yan Yunluan sat cross-legged on top of a bluestone. As expected, he entered a meditative state. A hazy, immortal mist enveloped this place. Yifan swept his eyes over but didn't look too much. He silently comprehended his own Tao and then turned around to leave. 2 days later, he arrived at a place with an unordinary atmosphere. Purple smoke rose from the cliffs, and the birds weren't startled by humans at all. Moreover, he discovered several stalks of over 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines that weren't eaten by land beasts. At the same time, another dozen or so people flew over. They also discovered this place and all of them descended. They wanted to search for the remains of the predecessors. They felt that there might be a cave here. Yan Yunluan is here. Please leave. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was that monster again. He also found this place. You think we'll leave just because you say so? Some people were unconvinced. This was most likely a precious land, so they didn't want to give it up. Don't say too much and hurry up and leave. This person entered the extraordinary warrior manner while crossing tribulation. His strength is terrifying. Don't clash with him. Someone advised from the side. Soon after, several people flew away. There were still a few who didn't immediately leave. Did you all not hear what I said? Yan Yunluan looked over. His voice was cold and his tone unquestionable. The others hesitated as well. Yifan smiled calmly. Last time was fine, but this time they encountered each other again, and they were still forcing him like this. He didn't say anything. He held the 10,000 Deaths bow in his hand and directly drew the bowstring. It was like a full moon as it released tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth lost color. Wind and thunder roared, and the mountains trembled. Shoo! Yifan drew his precious bow and shot the arrow at the monster without the slightest bit of restraining fear. This made everyone in the surroundings extremely shocked. Hong! Yan Yunluan rushed up and dodged to the side. His eyes shot out 2 streaks of cold light. That arrow was like a streak of lightning. It immediately shattered a mountain peak in front of it. Yifan had a smile on his face. He was unhurried as he drew the 10,000 Deaths bow. An even more powerful arrow of light shot out. Who is this? He actually dares to shoot at the extraordinary warrior manner's heaven-defying monster? Chapter 568. Yifan held the 10,000 Slayer's bow and pulled back the dragon string. It was shaped like a full moon, and spiritual energy poured down from all directions into the bow. Light illuminated the heavens, and symbols swam about like tadpoles as if they were alive. Shoo! The bowstring trembled, and the second arrow of light shot out. It was like a rainbow as it went straight for Yan Yunluan's throat. Woo-woo sounds rang out as if a demonic god was pouncing over with great power. Dang! Yan Yunluan's eyes flashed with divine light. His right hand formed an imprint, and like a golden crow, he flew across the sky. With a fierce slash, the entire space distorted, isolating him from the outside world. Even his figure became blurry. Swoosh! The second arrow brushed past him, and it still didn't hit its target. His eyes became even more resplendent, but his expression was still incomparably cold. He stared at Yifan as if he was looking at a dead man as he walked forward. Who exactly is it that dares to take action against a heaven-defying genius? The power of the arrow penetrated through the void. He is definitely not an ordinary person. This arrow's destructive power is extremely great. That is a terrifying precious bow. The people at the side were all astonished. They couldn't help but discuss and hide far away, fearing that they would be dragged into the battle between these two. Yifan smiled and didn't mind. He pulled back the bowstring for the 3rd time, and light rushed into the heavens. A light arrow that looked as if it was forged from gold shot out, piercing through the void and flying out. Woo! The power of this arrow was even greater, and it drew out a terrifying crack in the sky. It was pitch black like an abyss, and one couldn't see the bottom of it with a single glance. The golden arrow of light was like a holy spirit that was born into the world. Yan Yunluan stopped his steps. He didn't underestimate his opponent at all, and he moved to the side to avoid the sharp tip. Then, his hand formed an imprint that flowed with Tao energy, and he forcefully struck the arrow shaft. He had already avoided 2 arrows, and this time, he wanted to break the arrow and reveal his thunderous methods. He wanted to kill Yi Fan and end this battle once and for all. His face became even colder. Suddenly, his expression changed as he felt a powerful killing intent. There was an incomparably sharp tip that was aimed at his head and the middle of his back, closing in on him like lightning. The other people cried out in alarm. The first 2 light arrows that had been shot out had returned, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Together with the 3rd light arrow, they rushed back and shot towards Yan Yunluan's vital parts. The 10,000 Slayers' Bow was a secret artifact. It possessed great destructive power and could lock onto a person's chi. Unless the arrow of light was destroyed, it would be very difficult to stop. The first arrow of light shattered the mountain peak, and the second arrow of light brushed past Yan Yunluan's shoulder. Now they both reappeared, flying back. Their power didn't decrease in the slightest, and heaven and earth spiritual essence continuously poured in. Treasure. This is a powerful magic treasure. Could this be the legendary 1,000 Slayers' Bow? As long as one is strong enough, they can shoot down anything in the world. The spectators were all moved. They all widened their eyes and stared at the bow in Yi Fan's hand without blinking. Show! Show! The last 2 arrows had already passed through the mountain peak and disappeared into the distance. At this moment, they suddenly rushed back, extremely forceful and powerful, killing intent filling the air. Yan Yunluan was extremely calm. His hands formed an imprint, and then he slowly but powerfully moved them. That place immediately became indistinct, and it was extremely mysterious. It was as if a door was opened. What kind of secret technique is this? Why does it feel like he left this world? Someone cried out in shock. At this moment, Yan Yunluan seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. He broke free from the shackles of this world and stood in a void. The 3 arrows arrived at the same time, but not a single one hit him. They all deviated and disappeared into the horizon, only leaving behind a terrifying fluctuation and 3 great spatial cracks. What a powerful divine arrow! If one was hit by it, their body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Yan Yunluan is also quite terrifying. He calmly evaded it. He really isn't just a normal type of powerful. Evading is useless. Yan Yunluan can only destroy these arrows. He is most likely going to use a powerful attack. In the distance, Yi Fan's mind was also shaken. The other party seemed to have transcended the world, allowing him to see through the profoundness of this technique. This was definitely a powerful holy technique. However, he didn't delay and continued to pull the Wanling bow. Arrow after arrow shot out, but every light arrow needed a powerful impact to destroy. Show! 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 Each arrow was more powerful than the last. Yi Fan almost collapsed the vault of heaven. 9 arrows streaked across the sky like 9 rainbows, destroying everything in their way. Their momentum was terrifying. Dang! Dang! Yan Yunluan was expressionless. He had no choice but to make a move. He held the ancient halberd in his hand and hacked horizontally. His skin was dark, his black hair was disheveled, and his eyes were frightening. He danced with the heavenly wind as if he wanted to split the sky. Clang! Clang! The great halberd flew horizontally. The snow-white halberd blade flickered with traces of blood energy. It was terrifying, and its destructive power was extremely great. Everyone in the distance was overwhelmed with shock, and their expressions all changed. With such powerful battle prowess, I feel that he can cut apart an expert of the 9th dragon transformation. This is truly a monster. It's hard to believe that he actually has such battle prowess. In the end, we still underestimated him. He is even more terrifying than we imagined. Everyone cried out in alarm, and their hearts were all palpitating. This monster's strength was beyond their expectations. Yan Yunluan had a medium build, but when he danced with the ancient halberd, it was domineering and awe-inspiring. It was as if a war god had descended to the world. His eyes were like lightning, and as they flew about, they were as black as ink. The snow-white halberd blade was frightening to the soul. Pooh! Pooh! The great halberd cut through the vault of heaven, and the halberd blade was filled with blood energy. Every time it landed, a light arrow would be cut into pieces, and the arrow would turn into tens of thousands of rays of light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Not long after, the 9 lightning-like arrows were all turned into fine powder. Yan Yunluan was like a god of death. His eyes were frighteningly cold as he walked in the void, pressing forward. Boom! Yan Yunluan raised the ancient halberd high and chopped down. 1,000 zhang long divine light gushed out, and with a destructive force, it rushed towards Yifan. This was the killing light that rushed out from the halberd blade. It was accompanied by rays of bloody light, and the killing intent was oppressive. It was terrifying, and the endless mountains in the surroundings were shaking. It was as if the vault of heaven was about to fall. Such powerful battle prowess, even those at the 9th transformation of the dragon realm would be at a disadvantage. Is this the power of Yan Yunluan? As expected, he is unstoppable. His peers must retreat. To the side, everyone retreated far away, fearing that they would be killed by the terrifying halberd. This kind of light was enough to kill a saint child. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if he danced with the ancient halberd and fought against the heroes. How many people of the same generation could withstand it? Yifan formed seals with his right hand, and his aura became heavy. It was as if he was embracing the divine moon, as if he was pushing a mountain, and as if he was manifesting the Tao. He struck out. Boom! At the tip of his finger, a black mountain appeared. It towered into the clouds, and its aura was majestic. In an instant, it filled the sky, and the black mass was enough to collapse the world. The embracing mountain seal. At this moment, he struck out one of the 3 great seals. It belonged to the earth seal of the heaven, earth, and man 3 seals, and its power was beyond imagination. This part of the world seemed to be shattered. Energy storms were everywhere, and light was everywhere. It was like boiling magma, destroying all tangible objects. The towering black mountain towered into the clouds, crushing the sky. It was majestic and terrifying. It continuously crushed everything, destroying everything as if it wanted to destroy the world. And the huge blade light from the ancient halberd was like a river of stars descending, boundless and endless. The two collided, and just the shockwaves alone caused the mountains below to collapse. This was a scene of doomsday. Everyone was horrified, and they were powerless to stop it. Everyone's heart palpitated, and they could only retreat again and again. In the end, the black mountain was split into pieces. The halberd pierced through, but it also quickly disappeared. Endless splendor shot into the sky. When everything calmed down, everyone's hair stood on end. The power of Yan Yunluan's halberd had destroyed more than 10 mountains. Everywhere was a scene of desolation. Broken branches and rubble were everywhere. He's not a human being. This kind of power is terrifying. He's about the same age as us, yet he has such battle prowess. It's hard to imagine. On the other side, Yifan was also shocked. Demon-level characters were indeed terrifying. They couldn't be calculated with reason at all. The ancient halberd's attack had shattered the sky. It was too shocking. Fortunately, his physical body was unparalleled. If it were any other saint child and the others, they would have been killed without any suspense. It was almost unstoppable. He had to evolve into the hidden dragon realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill such a great enemy who was many levels higher than him. It was really too terrifying. You actually survived. Yan Yunluan seemed to be deeply surprised. He was very confident in his attack. Even those at the 8th or 9th transformation of the dragon transformation would be killed. His expression was cold as he strode forward, causing the void to tremble. Many mountains below trembled, leaves swirled in the air, and huge boulders tumbled down. It was incomparably terrifying. You dare to draw your bow against me? Today, I will kill you. He was very conceited. His black hair flew in the wind, and his eyes were filled with threatening electricity. Although he wasn't very tall, with the ancient halberd in his hand, he was like an ancient god of war. People needed to look up to him and look down on the world. Yi Fan sneered coldly and said, I haven't lived enough. Let me kill you. He didn't say anything else. He held the Wandslayer bow and pulled the bowstring. He poured in saint power, and an endless amount of essence energy crazily surged. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky changed color. At this moment, Yi Fan and the divine bow seemed to have become one. Just like the bow, his body was also dyed with a layer of mysterious luster, and a powerful aura flowed out. The two were inseparable, as if they were naturally one. Boundless divine power fluctuated, and a light arrow pierced through the sky and flew out at high speed. This arrow is useless against me. It can't hurt me at all. Yan Yunluan's expression was cold. He didn't care at all. Holding the ancient halberd in his hand, he immediately chopped down. What a heaven-defying monster! The divine arrow that could kill a saint child can't injure him at all. The others exclaimed in admiration. They felt rather unbalanced inside. Yi Fan was expressionless, and there was no change in his mood. At this moment, he only made a single movement. Not only did he draw the bow and shoot the arrow, the entire area became resplendent. He was completely enveloped by the holy light. Dang! Kong! Yan Yunluan hacked at the light arrow, releasing ear-splitting sounds. A few arrows didn't break and shot into the distance. With a hong sound, they shattered the cliff. One could well imagine how powerful these arrows were. It was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. Boundless fluctuations surged, and it was as if a tsunami was happening here. Gradually, Yan Yunluan revealed a serious expression. The divine light in his eyes was terrifying, and the ancient halberd in his hand danced even faster. The divine light hacked out broke many mountain peaks. Something's wrong. Isn't that the legendary Wandslayer bow? How can he continuously shoot light arrows like this? It is rumored that an ordinary person can only draw the bowstring a dozen or so times before collapsing. Right now, he has already shot out several dozen arrows. The spectators finally discovered this abnormality. They were all overwhelmed with shock. Just what kind of background did this person have? Did he have the power to move mountains? How could he never be exhausted? Woo-woo! The arrow pierced through the sky. In this short period of time, Yi Fan shot out several dozen more arrows. Every single arrow was dazzling like a meteor streaking across the horizon. It was absolutely shocking. Heavens! Over 100 arrows. Even a powerful saint child is nothing more than this, right? What shocked everyone was that Yi Fan's expression didn't change at all. He was still drawing the Wandslayer bow and continuously shooting out golden light. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden lights rushed out and submerged everything in front of him. Boom, boom. A few divine arrows brushed past Yan Yunluan's shoulder. Every strike would shatter a cliff. The power was peerless, and it made everyone's entire body go cold. This is too inconceivable. What kind of power does he possess? There are already over 100 divine arrows, and he is still shooting. Everyone was shaken. Yi Fan's aura was like a rainbow. He became one with the Wandslayer bow and gathered essence energy from all directions. Even the sun had a beam of resplendent divine light flowing over, pouring down like a waterfall. Each arrow he shot out was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, over 100 arrows had been shot out. At this moment, several hundred golden rainbows were extremely dazzling as they covered Yan Yunluan. Moreover, the number of arrows was still increasing, becoming more and more terrifying. Boom, boom. A few mountain peaks were blasted off by the arrow light. Rubble flew into the sky, and the scene was extremely horrifying. If this continued, this mountain range would be shot down by Yi Fan. Heavens, is he the incarnation of that barbarian? The saint force is endless, and he has the power to move mountains. This Wan Slayer bow is unrivaled in his hands. Yan Yunluan will most likely be shot to death. Chapter 569. One arrow to shatter a mountain peak. How powerful was this power? When it hit a person's body, it would definitely wither and nothing would be left. Everyone was tongue-tied. As time passed, Yi Fan had already shot out more than 700 arrows. Each arrow was like a resplendent rainbow that illuminated the sky. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying fluctuations in this area. It was as if a starry sky was being destroyed, causing people's souls to palpitate. Many powerful beasts hid far away and didn't dare to come close in fear of a disaster. Many cultivators watched from afar and no one dared to approach. How could they fight like this? Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves. Hundreds of light arrows shot out at the same time like meteors falling from the sky. From time to time, some cliffs would be shattered into pieces. No one could withstand such a terrifying power. Even half-step experts would have to frown if they came. Such terrifying divine arrows formed a rain of light that interweaved and pierced through the clouds and mountains. 711, 712. Many people were counting and finding it more and more inconceivable. Precious splendor flowed around Yi Fan's body. His blood energy was like an ocean that drowned out half the sky. He showed no signs of exhaustion. When people counted to 720 arrows, Yan Yunluan couldn't bear it anymore. Golden rainbows filled the sky and each arrow was more than 10,000 catties heavy, causing his arm to go numb. One had to know that each arrow could collapse a mountain peak. With so many gathered together, even the supreme elder of the Holy Land was about to vomit blood. Yan Yunluan was a monster in the eyes of the world. He was not afraid of those at the 8th or even 9th transformation. He was confident that he could kill Yi Fan, but at this moment he was incomparably sullen. No matter how powerful his divine abilities were, it was useless. His opponent had the Thousand Slayers' bow and had completely sealed the sky. He simply couldn't charge over and fight with his opponent. At this moment, Yan Yunluan was a live target that endured the attacks of hundreds of rainbows. He held the ancient halberd and waved the heavenly dipper, but it was still useless. Although he had broken most of the light arrows, his opponent's aura was continuously increasing. His divine power was inexhaustible. If this continued, he would definitely be shot to death without any suspense. Dang! Even though Yan Yunluan had the bearing of a war god, he was tired now. Although the ancient halberd in his hand could split the heavens, it wasn't as fierce as before. Clang, zhang. He slashed continuously, charging at Yi Fan several times, but he was forced back every time, and a disaster almost befell him. Anger and grievance made him extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Pooh! An arrow pierced through the sun, as if it was an eternal light from beyond the heavens. It suddenly attacked, bringing with it a lock of Yan Yunluan's black hair, turning it into ashes. It almost pierced through his skull. His gaze was incomparably cold. Without saying a single word, he turned around and left. There was no way to continue this battle. When his divine power was exhausted, he would definitely be killed. Didn't you want to kill me? Don't think you can leave so easily. Yi Fan gave chase, calmly drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. The 10,000 Deaths bow merged with him, like a precious wheel of the celestial realm, dazzling with brilliance. Clang! The divine arrow left behind a long tail light that was several li long. It was incomparably dazzling, but it was also extremely terrifying. Its destructive power was astonishing. When it landed on the heavenly art halberd, it trembled intensely. Don't force me. Yan Yunluan turned around and coldly glanced at him before charging into the distance. So what if I force you? Yi Fan didn't seem to care in the slightest. The other party wanted to kill him, so what else was there to care about? If he could kill him, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. More than 700 divine arrows shot out, and within them there were 150 that didn't shatter. They turned into a curtain of rain, releasing dazzling brilliance as they chased after him endlessly. Clang, clang. Yan Yunluan was finally in a somewhat sorry state. The heavenly art halberd almost flew out of his hands several times, and traces of blood appeared on his body. Several arrows brushed past his body, almost seriously injuring him. As a freak-level existence, his speed was indeed far greater than the other holy children's, but compared to the Ro symbol art, he was still far inferior. He couldn't break free. Now everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yan Yunluan was really going to fall? When they thought of this result, a commotion immediately broke out. Hong! Yifan fired another arrow. He concentrated all of his strength, releasing a terrifying radiance. A Dao mark was drawn out, and deafening lightning radiance flickered. Clang! This arrow's power was heavy and ferocious. It shook Yan Yunluan's arm until it was numb, and he almost threw away the heavenly art halberd. He was sent flying several hundred zhang away by a huge force, and even a mountain peak was shattered. Hong! It was another arrow like this, and it contained Yifan's essence energy. It pierced through the void and arrived in an instant, its tail light reaching 7 to 8 li. Clang! At this moment, the heavenly art halberd almost became deformed. This arrow collapsed a mountain peak, causing rubble to tumble down and smoke to soar into the sky. Yan Yunluan was buried alive below. No one's expression didn't change. The Thousand Slayers' bow was too terrifying, and it was held in the hands of this youth with heaven overflowing divine strength. It was practically killing gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. Yan Yunluan let out a long hiss, and his entire body blossomed with purple light. He rushed out from the pile of rubble, and with the heavenly art halberd in hand, he continuously hacked down dozens of arrows before flying away without even turning his head back. At this time, Yifan was finally a bit tired. It was already not bad for an ordinary person to draw the bow a dozen or so times, but he had already shot more than 700 arrows. He didn't want to let this evildoer go, so he continued to circulate his divine power. Moreover, he had activated the All character and was earnestly drawing back the Thousand Slayers' bow's dragon string. Show! Finally, the arrow was released. It was exceptionally terrifying, and it didn't seem like an arrow of light at all. It was more like a dragon that was more than 10 li long. The terrifying fluctuations almost caused many people to kneel down. Many people almost fell from the sky as they cried out in alarm. Clang! This arrow pierced through the heavenly art halberd that was interwoven with the natural laws of heaven and earth. The halberd shaft responded with a sound, and the 10 li long arrow destroyed all things. Hong! The void violently shook, and a boundless starry domain appeared. Yan Yunluan entered it, and he displayed his own phenomenon at this crucial moment. Boundless starry domain! Someone cried out in alarm, and everyone was greatly moved. This kind of phenomenon was extremely rare, and not many people could cultivate it even in the ancient times. They didn't expect this evildoer to grasp it. The divine arrow that was more than 10 li long didn't stop after rushing in. Although it was quickly dimming, it wasn't obliterated. It was still flying through the starry domain, chasing after Yan Yunluan. A streak of bloody light splashed out as the arrow of light finally pierced through Yan Yunluan. Then, it dissipated in that starry domain, bringing forth a large amount of blood. However, Yan Yunluan didn't die. His body only trembled for a moment before he put away the boundless starry domain and rushed into the distant sky. Yan Yunluan was injured by someone. Everyone was shocked, and they all revealed expressions of disbelief. This kind of evildoer had heaven-defying methods, and even a powerhouse at the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, at this moment he was almost killed by someone with an arrow. This was, without a doubt, sensational news, causing the cultivators in this region to be in an uproar. On the other hand, Yifan's heart trembled. This person was really too powerful. That arrow was enough to destroy the body and spirit of a dragon and turn a mountain into dust. However, Yan Yunluan escaped, and his life wasn't in danger. The arrow merely pierced through his body, and it didn't destroy his vitality. Breaking into the dragon transformation realm, I must break into the dragon transformation secret realm as soon as possible. This was the voice in Yifan's heart, and it was incomparably strong. Otherwise, If he were to engage in a battle of life and death with such an evildoer without the Thousand Slayers' bow, he would most likely be in danger. Because there was a difference of several realms, and the gap was too large. Even if he had a holy physique, he couldn't go against this kind of evildoer. He had to raise his own realm. Yifan chased after him, and he continuously activated the secret of all, shooting out unparalleled holy arrows that contained his essence, qi, and spirit. At this moment, his opponent's divine power was insufficient, and he was injured, so it was the best opportunity to kill him. Yan Yunluan is finished. If this goes on, he will die without a doubt. What a pity. It's not that he can't win. If he didn't have the Thousand Slayers' bow, even if a supreme elder from the Holy Land came personally, he might not be able to kill him. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected such an outcome. Yifan chased after the evildoer, and the two of them flew for over 100 li. He shot 9 arrows in a row, and all of them pierced through the boundless starry sky. 4 of them pierced through Yan Yunluan's body, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. Along the way, everyone was dumbfounded. The Odd Warrior Manor's disciples couldn't believe what they were seeing. Yan Yunluan was actually being chased by someone. It was like a fantasy story. Who is that person? He actually forced an evildoer into such a state. What's his background? It's actually him. After someone carefully identified him, they were stupefied, recognizing Yifan. They couldn't say anything for a long time. Who is it? He's the Lord outside the Immortal Mountain. He even captured Princess Qi. I went to watch the battle and saw him. He's the Supreme Lord Yizhoutian who ate many spirit beasts and hunted outside the Immortal Mountain with a huge bow on his back. That's right, it's him. After confirming who it was, the crowd was in an uproar. This was too inconceivable. This lord was truly powerful, and even an evildoer could be killed. Pooh! Blood blossomed. Yan Yunluan's body trembled again, and he almost fell out of the boundless starry domain. Yifan pierced through him for the 7th time, but he was even more shaken. The 7 arrows were enough to turn 7 great mountains into flying ashes. Yet this person still hadn't died. Young man, you should forgive people wherever possible. An old man arrived on a cloud. With a sweep of his sleeves, he shattered the holy arrow shot by Yifan using the all-secret touch and blocked his path. Hong! At the same time, his right hand pressed down in the void. The other dozens of divine arrows were all shattered, not a single one remaining. This was a supreme existence from the Odd Warrior Manor. He attached great importance to these evildoers and had left imprints on their bodies. After learning of the danger, he immediately rushed over to rescue them. Yifan was very straightforward. He turned around and left. Forget about a Holy Lord-level character. He didn't even have the slightest bit of hope against a half-step supreme existence. He wouldn't throw his life away. Young man, we can have a chat. The supreme existence from the Odd Warrior Manor transmitted his voice. Shua! Yifan didn't reply. He circulated the aspect formula and entered the depths of the mountain range, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Yifan entered a land enshrouded in purple mist. Strange flowers were in full bloom here, and jade grasses were everywhere. There were many orchids and spirit medicines. Duanda. Yifan was astonished. He found the heartless Taoist Duanda wandering around this spiritual land. This fellow has a profound understanding of burial grounds. Could he have seen something here? Duanda had entered and exited the Demon Emperor's tomb 9 times, and even found the 9 secret burial grounds in Lizhou. He truly had unfathomable abilities. I'll follow behind him and snatch his treasures this time, Yifan secretly decided. In the past, Duanda had seized several spirit items in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The heartless Taoist wandered around for half a day and suddenly made a move. He shattered a cliff and a cave dwelling appeared there with auspicious light flowing out. The immortal residence has appeared. Suddenly, Duanda yelled at the top of his lungs, wishing he could attract everyone. When did this bastard become so selfless? What is he trying to do? Yifan was puzzled. In just a short moment, Many cultivators were alarmed and flew over from the distant mountain range. They landed here and stared at the ancient cave overflowing with colorful lights. Meanwhile, Duanda had already retreated into the distant mountains. Yifan quietly followed. He didn't believe that the heartless Taoist would be so kind-hearted and definitely had some plans. You guys go and break the restriction. This poor Taoist thanks you guys. Duanda laughed mischievously. This bastard really can't change his spots. Yifan cursed. Not long after, Duanda arrived dozens of miles away. There was a bright and clean lake here with thin mist lingering around. The orchids on the shore were emitting auspicious lights like an otherworldly pure land. When you guys break the restriction, the lake will sink and the real cave dwelling will appear. There are most likely some extraordinary treasures here. Fatty Duan rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. This guy is really something. He asked someone to break the restriction from dozens of miles away, but he just sits here and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Yifan looked down on him, but he was also very surprised. In the distance, a figure flashed and a peerless beauty appeared. She passed through the immortal meridian and walked towards the clear lake. It was Princess Yu Dai. Princess. Yifan transmitted his voice and called her over. Why are you here? Princess Yu Dai was surprised. Don't tell me you want to bathe here? Don't go there. If you wait here, there will most likely be immortal fate. Yifan laughed. Princess Yu Dai rolled her eyes and said, What nonsense are you talking about? I just felt that this place is full of spiritual energy and is not an ordinary place, so I came to take a look. After that, her expression froze while a wisp of surprise appeared on her delicate face. She'd noticed Duanda, who was at the bank of the lake, and he was sneakily hiding behind a limestone. This person is very mysterious, and he is also a disciple of the extraordinary warrior manner. It is said that there was a monster who wanted to test his skills, but was unable to find out his depths. With regards to this result, Yifan was not surprised in the slightest. This heartless Taoist could even escape from the hands of major characters. Wu Dao of the 13 Bandits had chased him for a long time but still could not catch him. Suddenly, auspicious clouds rose into the sky from afar. Endless light flowed, and the mountain range was full of spiritual energy, accompanied by waves of immortal music. This was the spiritual land from before. Many cultivators were taking action to break the restriction. Even from far away, divine light could be seen rushing up, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone in this area rushed over at the first moment. This kind of scene was very similar to the sign of a cave-dwelling opening. Yifan was speechless. Fatty Duan was indeed heartless, causing those people to work for nothing. At the same time, he attracted the attention of many experts. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Gulp! Specks of light overflowed from the lake water and quickly descended. The spiritual energy was many times denser. It really is an entrance. This should be a real cave dwelling. With such a scale, it was most likely left behind by a saint. It might even be related to an ancient emperor. Perhaps an ancient scripture will appear. Fatty Duan said to himself excitedly. Chapter 570. The lake water sank, and immortal light flickered underground, emitting strange sounds. Not long after, the entire immortal lake disappeared, and a great rift valley appeared. It was formed by stone cliffs, as if someone had intentionally carved it out to form a lake. Draconic chi seeped out from below. An ancient cave flowed with immortal light, containing draconic chi that gushed outwards. It was not that intense, but there was a kind of immortal charm to it. One look was enough to tell that this was not an ordinary place. Ha ha! Fatty Duan laughed loudly. This place was very quiet, and no one else was alarmed. In the distance, everyone was still fighting to enter the cave within the immortal vein. Who would have thought that this was all part of the evil Taoist's plan? He was just borrowing their strength. Only this poor Taoist can break this chain of caves. Duan De was very conceited and complacent. He chuckled continuously and disappeared in with a flash. This person is truly mysterious, actually having such methods. Everyone else has been used. Princess Yu Dai was astonished. She hadn't expected Fatty Duan to be so dishonest. Yifan waited with her for a while, and then they landed at the bottom of the dried-up immortal lake. There were many cliffs, and an ancient cave flickered with light. An immortal door covered in dense symbols had already opened. This damn Fatty is really not a good person. For the sake of opening this door, he had so many cultivators work for him from dozens of li away. Yifan cursed silently. He always felt that Duanda deserved a beating, but up until now, no one had been able to make him suffer. This place is very mysterious. Princess Yu Dai frowned. Although the stone door was open, there were still many traces of formation patterns within. These ancient patterns had existed for who knew how many years. They were mysterious and complicated, and even when they tried to deduce the Tao patterns, they couldn't see through them. The two of them couldn't be considered profound in the Tao patterns, and they frowned. If they entered rashly, they might be trapped. It was most likely as Duanda said, and it might be related to the ancient emperors. You wait here first, I'll go in and take a look. Yifan decided to use the row formula to pass through the ancient formation and give it a try. Otherwise, if he waited any longer, the entire cave would be emptied out by Fatty Duan. Be careful. Yu Dai warned, her bright eyes and white teeth, her breath fragrant. Whoosh! Yifan disappeared with a flash, walking within the auspicious light. This ancient cave wasn't damp, rather dry. There were no pearls embedded, but there were many strange stones releasing multicolored light. Within the abode, immortal mist was enshrouded and resplendent, giving it the feeling of an immortal realm. They didn't travel far before they saw a white jade staircase that led even further into the depths. Immortal Juice Jade Elixir. Yifan was shocked. There was a spring to the side, and a small Tao platform next to it. It was no more than half a foot tall, and there was a small bowl on top of it. Inside, there was a white liquid. This was the earth milk produced by the great earth spiritual root. If it was the juice produced by the ancestral root, it would have the effects of reviving the flesh and bones of the dead. It was only ranked below undying divine medicine, a priceless immortal treasure. Unfortunately, this is not the real immortal nectar. It is just the milk of an ordinary spirit root. Yifan looked at it carefully and felt regretful. Suddenly, his expression became serious. The small platform that was half a foot tall was quite special. It was sparkling and translucent, and wisps of spiritual energy seeped out from it. It possessed a mysterious aura. This is condensed from Immortal Juice Jade Elixir. Yifan was shocked, feeling incomparably shaken. In the past, immortal treasures were produced here, freely dripping down, allowing the spiritual energy to scatter, forming this type of half-a-foot-tall small Tao platform. It seemed like the Immortal Juice Jade Elixir had all flowed out, and later on only ordinary earth milk could be produced. At this moment, Yifan felt his heart ache. His liver ached and his stomach ached. Half-a-foot-tall small Tao platform, just how much immortal milk was needed to condense this? It really was too extravagant and wasteful. Without a doubt, endless years ago, this place was connected to an ancestral vein immortal root. There was immortal juice that was produced, and all of it dripped down, not used by anyone. Yifan released a long sigh. In the end, he put this small Tao platform away. It was heavy in his hands, as if it was a small mountain peak, leaving him rather shocked. It looked like a piece of beautiful jade, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Normal cultivators couldn't lift it at all. He muttered inwardly. Immortal Juice Jade Elixir could only be discovered and not sought. He had never heard of so much being produced before, and even more so, no one would waste it, allowing it to naturally dry up. Yifan felt that this small Tao platform's material was special. In the future, it might have great uses. Multicolored mist swirled about. The ancient cave was extremely dreamy. Yifan used the row symbol art to break through the formation patterns. He passed through the white jade stairs, entering the depths of the cave. The withered spiritual medicines all have medicinal ages of several tens of thousands of years. He discovered a few plants in a spacious cave. They were planted in a jade field, clearly precious objects. Only they had long withered for who knew how many years. Only undying divine medicines could exist forever in this world. Never wither. Other medicinal herbs, after growing for many tens of thousands of years, would eventually die, their spiritual energy scattering. Don't tell me they only died after growing for 80 to 90,000 years? Yifan said to himself. If this was the case, then it really was letting divine objects return to dust, dust to dust. After absorbing so much heaven and earth spiritual energy for nothing, in the end, it scattered again. Suddenly, his expression went rigid. There was a person sitting right in front of him, not the slightest bit of aura. Only when he got closer did he notice it. It's an old ape. Yifan was astonished. This was an ancient ape that had died countless years ago. Its ash-gray fur would turn to dust with the slightest touch. Only the pure white bones within were still flapping with luster. Without a doubt, this cave had existed for at least 80 to 90,000 years. For the old ape's remains to be preserved until now, it was enough to prove just how powerful and terrifying it was when it was alive. Yifan muttered to himself. After carefully examining the white jade bones, this old ape was at least an extreme Holy Lord level powerhouse. But, looking at its appearance and the layout of this ancient cave, it was clearly only guarding the cave and didn't seem like the master of this place. This is an extreme Holy Lord level old ape. Could it only be a mountain guarding spirit beast? As he thought of this possibility, his heart raced. Just what sort of character was the master of this cave? Yifan walked forward, his heart restless. This place was most likely the cave of an ancient saint, or perhaps it was even left behind by an ancient great emperor. Perhaps there really was an ancient scripture here. Where did that damned fatty run off to? He didn't dare to delay. He activated the row formula and quickly walked forward in search of Duanda's whereabouts. In the depths of the cave, dragon chi curled up and multicolored light flickered. He arrived at a relatively open area. There were many jade trees here, and they were no more than half a meter tall. Undying wonder tree? Yifan was shocked. The more he looked, the more he felt this was a mysterious place. There were a total of 49 jade trees here, and they were all different colors. Some were like red agate, some were dark green like leaves, and there were even some that were as resplendent as gold. The 49 jade trees weren't carved by people, but were planted. They took root in the jade, and their roots were like dragons. The ancient records are actually true. After Yifan came to this world, in order to find the way home, he had read many strange ancient books in these years. He had seen many absurd records. Earth essence could give birth to jade trees, and they could grow as if they had a life of their own. If they were obtained by saints or great emperors, they could be refined into supreme weapons with unparalleled might. If they were nurtured by ancestral veins and celestial roots, they could give birth to jade trees that were comparable to the divine treasures of great emperors. Once they were refined into treasures, there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed. The large black dog had once told him a legend. 180,000 or 90,000 years ago, there was an ancient saint who successfully refined an undying wonder tree. Each branch had 7 leaves, and with a light brush, it could destroy all things. It was invincible. 7 by 7, 49 jade trees. He really wants to refine an undying wonder tree. Yifan became more and more shocked the more he looked at them. They were rooted in the jade veins, and their arrangement was very particular. They were complicated and profound, and if one looked closely, there were patterns on every single one of them, and they were interwoven with all kinds of mysterious marks of the Tao. There are 50 in the Diyen number, and out of the 49 are related to the Great Tao. There's still one left, and it's the one that escaped, which is that undying wonder tree. Yifan was excited. These jade trees had already died, and turned into jade stones. The endless mysterious power must have been seized by that one that escaped, and refined into an undying wonder tree. He searched carefully and finally found the 50th, which was the one that escaped, the undying wonder tree. It failed, and it withered. Yifan was dazed. Why did it turn out like this? This was really a waste of a divine treasure. Not all of them were destroyed. There should be a part of the wondrous branch. Yifan discovered that although the entire jade tree was withered without luster, and there were cracks on it. There was a section missing, as if it had just been broken off by someone not long ago. Duanda. He suddenly thought of the damn fatty. It must have been him who had broken off. At the top of the withered jade tree, there should be a flawless tender branch of the undying wonder tree that hadn't died. Although the refinement had failed, that small section definitely had endless miraculous uses. A section of the undying wonder tree. Yi Fan was moved. That was definitely a divine object. The damn fatty really had great luck, actually obtaining such a precious treasure. I'll ambush him in a bit and demand karma from him. He stole so many of my treasures in the past, so it's just the right time to repay him. Yi Fan began to ponder over how to deal with Duanda. He left this place and walked forward, entering an ancient medicine refinement cave. Bottles and jars filled the white jade shelves. Unfortunately, after opening these jade bottles, all of the pills had gone bad. This was the power of time, and nothing could stop it. All of the precious items were destroyed, leaving behind nothing but dust. 9 revolutions immortal pill. Yi Fan looked through every single jade bottle, and in the end, he saw a small 5-colored gourd with these 4 ancient characters engraved on it. It made his heart tremble. To dare name it like this, it was inevitably an exceptional immortal treasure. It could most likely exist for a long time, but unfortunately it was empty after being opened. There's no aura of Duanda. He wasn't here to investigate, so the master of the cave shouldn't have left behind any immortal pills. Yi Fan walked through many ancient caves, and felt that everything was ruined. There were originally many divine objects, but they had unfortunately all been submerged in the passage of time, turning into ordinary soil. He continued forward for a long distance. In the end, multicolored light flowed in front of him, and the formation patterns were profound. Even though he had the Xing technique, he still couldn't pass through. After all, he hadn't completely comprehended this secret technique. At this time, Yi Fan missed the large black dog very much. If this guy was here, the formation patterns definitely couldn't block his path, and it would most likely even seal Duanda. He thought carefully and decided to retreat. If he went in like this, he would most likely be trapped, and there was a high chance he would fall into the hands of that damn fatty. Yi Fan returned along the path he came from, arriving outside the ancient cave. Apart from seeing the exceptional beauty Yu Dai, there was also a barbarian with disheveled hair. He wore beast skin clothes and carried a wolf tooth club. "This is Dongfang Yi," Yu Dai introduced. Yi Fan was astonished to learn that this barbarian surnamed Dongfang was a freakish existence, able to shatter the palm of a great expert. Dongfang Yi, just like his name, more or less had a wild temperament, very primitive. Under the beast skin clothes, his skin was bronze and he was very strong. The wolf tooth club was made of stone. At this time, he smiled in a simple and honest manner, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He looked very simple and honest. This place is at least the cave of an ancient saint, and it might even be the place where a great emperor passed away. Yi Fan earnestly explained the situation inside. "Unfortunately, we can't go in." Yu Dai frowned slightly. The formation patterns were too complicated, and there was no way to break them. "We don't need to go in. In a while, we'll ambush that damn fatty," Yi Fan said with a smile. "This isn't too good." Yu Dai didn't want to do this. Dongfang Yi smiled in a simple and honest manner and said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't approve, but he always has designs on my ancestral wolf tooth club. Once, he almost stole it." This seemingly simple barbarian raised both hands in approval of ambushing Duanda, but he clearly stated that he wouldn't kill him and would only rob him of his treasures. Yi Fan looked at him strangely. This guy looked harmless, and his face was simple and honest, but he didn't seem to be very honest. The few of them discussed Duanda's battle prowess, and in the end, they all felt that it was unfathomable and immeasurable. Even though this barbarian had almost fought with Duanda, they still couldn't figure out his depth. Use formation patterns to lay a trap. Yi Fan took out a few pieces of jade and laid them at the exit. There wasn't a single trace left behind, and as soon as these pieces of jade were laid down, they automatically disappeared. Can formation patterns trap him? You have to know that he broke through the restriction to enter, so he must have done a lot of research. Princess Udai reminded. Don't worry. This is some powerful existence that specially prepared it for this damned fatty, Yifan said with a smile. Back then, the large black dog had fought to the death with Duanda after encountering him, and didn't suffer any losses. Afterwards, he helped Yifan carve this kind of formation pattern, saving it for future use. Is it really that effective? Dongfang Yi smiled foolishly. This is a small formation, and it's not very large. It's to avoid being detected by him. As long as he steps inside, he'll instantly lose his focus, and we only have that short time to act and suppress him, Yifan explained. Hong! A loud sound came from within the cave, and at the same time, a haze rushed out. Fatty Duan was making a lot of noise inside. Obviously, he was breaking through the restriction. They waited patiently, and didn't rush in to watch. In the next 4 hours, all kinds of sounds could be heard from within the ancient cave. The noise became louder and louder, and the dense spiritual qi was even surging like water. I hope he obtains a lot of celestial treasures, and even a great emperor's ancient scripture, the barbarian said honestly. Princess Udai was a little speechless. This guy was far from being as simple as he looked. He was prepared to give Duande a good beating. Yifan laughed, and put his arm around Dongfang Ye's shoulder, discussing for a long time how they should act. He's out. Yifan's spirit sense was very sharp, and he sensed the aura. They were hidden within the formation pattern, so they didn't have to worry about being exposed. Duande humphed as he walked out, continuously cursing. His clothes were tattered, and it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss inside. Wang! The formation pattern was activated, and light shone. Duande instantly lost his focus. His divine sense was almost stripped out and sealed forever. Pang! The barbarian didn't hold back, and swung his large club from behind, directly hitting the back of Duande's head. It was so painful that Fatty Duan's eyes rolled back, and he almost immediately fainted. Duande's body went limp, and he swayed as he tried to turn around. At this time, Yifan held the small Dao platform that was half a foot tall, and slammed it onto his face. Pang! Unscrupulous. Motherf asterisk Ker. Celestial being. Duande's eyes finally rolled back, and he was knocked out by the 2 barbarians. He fell crookedly onto the ground. Chapter 571. Duande was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that he had been struck by a club and a brick. He cursed Celestial Being, and his eyes rolled back into his head as he slumped to the ground with a plop. Bang! The barbarian was not kind at all. He raised his club and struck the back of Duande's head again, causing the unconscious fatty to twitch and grimace in pain. Princess Udai's small mouth formed an O shape. Dongfang Ye's simple and honest image had been shaken in her heart. He looked like a primitive man, very simple and honest, but he was so skilled in striking with a club. On the other side, Yifan was even more unkind. He aimed the half-foot-thick platform at Duande's forehead and struck 7 or 8 more times. If he hadn't controlled his strength, the fatty would have already been split open. They indeed didn't dare to relax. Duande always gave off an unfathomable feeling. The 3 of them walked up together and completely sealed his sea of consciousness to prevent him from waking up too quickly. Crash! Yifan was the first to move. He took off a jade bracelet from Duande's wrist. There were 18 pearls on it, all of them different colors, and each one was sparkling and translucent. The pearls felt heavy in his hand, and instantly made one's heart empty. All distracting thoughts were expelled, and it was incomparably tranquil. Yifan immediately knew that this was a treasure that could help one comprehend the Tao. Princess Udai cried out in surprise. This is a string of sea god pearls. Each one was formed by a beast king of the sea. Normally, a single one would be priceless. Who would have thought that he would actually use 18 of them to form a bracelet? Yifan handed it to her. The pearls shone brightly, and each one was as big as a longan. They were extremely beautiful and dazzling. This sea god pearl bracelet is for me? Although Princess Udai had seen countless treasures, she still couldn't bear to part with this string of pearls. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light as she caressed it with her slender hands. Just take it. This guy has a lot of treasures on him. Yifan believed that what Duanda lacked the least were treasures. After raiding tombs all year round, who knew how many treasures he had accumulated? Rip! Yifan tore open Fatty Duan's outer clothes, revealing an inner armor. It was made from divine silk and jade pieces were threaded together. It was overflowing with light and color, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Divine jade silk clothing. The barbarian revealed a look of joy and threw the wolf-tooth club in his hand to the ground. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Yifan gave it a try. This inner armor was extremely sturdy. His physical body was so strong that he had to use 90% of his strength to leave a fingerprint on it. Dongfang Yi came from a primitive tribe. There was a very ancient village there, and his seventh grandfather was incomparably powerful. He also had this kind of precious clothes that protected his body and was difficult to break through. My seventh uncle said that it was dug out from the ancient tomb of a peerless emperor. The barbarian revealed this piece of information with a fiery gaze. Clearly, he had taken a fancy to this inner armor. This bastard has dug up many people's ancestral tombs. He even visited the ancestral tomb of the fifth bandit Wu Dao. Now he has come to Central Plains to cause trouble. He must have dug up the tomb of a peerless emperor. Yifan speculated. The divine jade silk clothing was overflowing with an ancient aura. Although it also had a luster, it seemed to be covered with some dust. One look and one could tell that it was an ancient object that had experienced countless years. If you want it, then do it yourself. Take it off for him. Yifan laughed. Dongfang Yi was not polite at all. He stretched out his fan-like hand and tore off Duanda's clothes, throwing them to the side. He then took off the divine jade silk clothing and put it on himself. He's already so old, yet he still hung a longevity lock on his neck. This bastard is really greedy for life. Yifan tore off a purple gold lock from Duanda's neck. Wait, let me take a look. Princess Yudai saw that he was about to throw it away. Her voice trembled as she carefully took it and looked at it. There were no Dao patterns on the purple gold lock, nor were there any fluctuations of divine power. It looked very ordinary, and there was only a picture of a long life carved on it. An old man with long eyebrows sat under an ancient tree. This is the legendary longevity lock. Princess Yudai's voice was trembling. She could not believe that Duanda had such a treasure on him. Isn't it just a broken lock? Dongfang Yi did not care. He had been watching from the side and had long sensed that this purple gold lock was not some kind of treasure. This might be a divine item that has the effect of suppressing life. It was most likely the personal item of a peerless monster from 9,000 years ago, Princess Yudai said. 9,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in the Central Plains. His name was Xiang Yufei. He was not even 19 years old, but he became an emperor-level figure. He was invincible. His strength and achievements shocked the world. Without a doubt, he was a rising star. After the desolate antiquity era, he could have such a cultivation level at this age. How heaven-defying was that? However, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He was not even 20 years old before he died. It could be said that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He was not able to shine in the Central Plains and become a legend. Originally, he could not even live past 15 years old. He was born to die young. According to legend, it was because of a longevity lock that he lived to almost 20 years old. Princess Yudai said slowly. You are saying, this is the broken lock? Dongfang Yi carried the big stick and came forward to look at it carefully. This lock has a great origin. It was given to Xiang Yufei by a supreme figure in the West regions who was about to become a bodhisattva. That was why he could live for a few more years. I don't see anything special about it. Feels very ordinary, and there is nothing special about it. Dongfang Yi took the purple gold lock and turned it around to look at it. He then used his barbaric strength to squeeze it, but the lock was not damaged at all. He was born with the strength to pick up mountains, and his physical body could injure powerful figures. However, he could not do anything to a lock. It was obvious that this was a divine object, and not as simple as it looked. Countless years ago, The Buddha of the Western Desert personally refined a purple gold evil subduing pestle for the Buddhists to protect them. Its power is boundless and unimaginable. Before it was forged into the evil subduing pestle, that piece of purple gold godly metal was repeatedly refined by the Buddha, and endless benevolence and virtue were poured into it. It accompanied him for a long time, and because of this he became a god. Later on, when the evil subduing pestle was completed, there was still a small piece of purple gold godly metal left. A bodhisattva collected it and passed it down. Generations of arhats refined it into a lock that could suppress one's own life. It is called the longevity lock. If you hang it on your body, you will definitely live for a period of time. To living fossils, this is a priceless divine object. Who doesn't want to live for a few more years? Princess Yu Dai said. She was very shocked. She never thought that she would see this treasure. That bastard really has some ability. He even managed to create such a legendary object. I really don't know how many ancient tombs he dug up. Yi Fan sighed. He had to admit that Fatty Duan's abilities were remarkable, and he had fished up quite a few good things. He had some unimaginable abilities, but unfortunately, he had not obtained them openly. 9,000 years ago, Xiang Yufei became an emperor-level figure at the age of 19. Could be said that his tomb was not that easy to find, right? The barbarian asked doubtfully. Xiang Yufei buried himself in an ice coffin and slept on a snowy peak. It is said that he wanted to avoid death and resurrect in the future. Many people went to search, and all the places with snowy peaks were searched, but nothing was found. Unfortunately, Xiang Yufei never appeared again in the future. Now that the longevity lock has appeared, he has undoubtedly turned into dust. Princess Yu Dai shook her head. Yi Fan did not doubt that Fatty Duan was able to find Xiang Yufei's ice coffin. It was one thing for this guy to go in and out of the demonic beast emperor's tomb, but he had even entered the Ji family's mausoleum to search for the void emperor's tomb. Could be seen how conceited he was. You two go and discuss how to split this lock. I don't want it. Yi Fan did not want this longevity lock. My life is very tough. I don't need it either. The barbarian also waved his hand magnanimously. This is too precious. How could I dare to take it myself? Yu Dai felt that she had not done anything, yet she had been given such a divine treasure. She was a little embarrassed to accept it. If you find anything good later, just give me one. Dongfang Yi waved his hand. Dongfang Yi waved his hand. He could also see that this damned fatty had a lot of treasures on him. These were just hanging outside his body. Yi Fan personally moved and continued to search Duanda's body for treasures. The seemingly unremarkable things were all precious. For example, the broken hairpin on his head was actually an antique. With a light stroke, it cut through space. Don't throw it. Don't throw it. Even that pair of shoes was picked up by Dongfang Yi. After being appraised, it was a pair of ancient treasures. After wearing it, one's speed increased by 20%, and he immediately put it on his own feet. This fatty is really particular. Yi Fan tore off an 8 trigrams diagram from his tattered Taoist robe. It was actually an ancient treasure that could suck people in. In the end, he stripped Duanda clean. What jade pieces, money pouches. They were all precious treasures. Not a single one of them was ordinary. This also doomed Duanda's tragedy. Yi Fan only left him a pair of underpants, and nothing else. Aren't we going too far by doing this? Princess Yu Dai's face was slightly red. She had never done something like this before. Looking at the unmoving fatty lying on the ground, she felt somewhat apologetic. Don't pity this fatty. He has designs on my ancestral mace whenever he has nothing better to do. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Robbing him is completely normal. The barbarian was very unkind. Having tasted the sweetness, he wanted to personally plunder Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation and other places. Boom! Dongfang Yi moved, fishing out several treasures from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. They immediately emitted dazzling divine light, almost submerging this cave dwelling. These were 9 weapons: a jade saber, a purple jade sword, a scarlet jade spear, a black jade halberd, a white jade shield, 9 jade weapons. Light shot into the heavens, dazzling, and emitted a soul-shaking aura. Heavens! These are the legendary 9 divine weapons. Yudai cried out. Every small jade weapon was only a few inches long, but the light they emitted was dazzling, and the fluctuations they emitted made one's heart palpitate. They seemed to be even stronger than Holy Lord-level weapons. These are the weapons that a peerless king had refined for his entire life. When the 9 divine weapons are combined, their power is peerless, and they are invincible. These weapons could be used in combination. Once they were used, the world would lose color because of them, and they all possessed unparalleled power. According to Princess Yudai, these were the 9 divine weapons of the Feather King from 15,000 years ago, and they had been lost for who knew how many years. Even Yi Fan was stunned. Fatty Duan's methods were truly heaven-defying. He had even found the tomb of the deceased Feather King, and obtained the 9 divine weapons that he had refined for his entire life. This Fatty is practically a living treasure trove. The barbarian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Even if he dug up an entire cave dwelling, he might not be able to find such a divine weapon. And this was only a handful from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Only heaven knew what other treasures there were. Let's go again. Yi Fan couldn't forget the undying wondrous tree, as well as Duanda's broken bowl. Let's rob him clean. If he wakes up, do you think he'll go crazy? Princess Yudai said. He'll probably seethe with anger and chase after people all over the world. The barbarian gave a definite answer, and then went fishing again into Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Chapter 572. The 9 heavenly weapons were all made of jade. Each of them was less than 3 inches long, warm and sparkling. They were divine weapons left behind by a peerless king-level figure. They were flawless and extremely beautiful. I've already obtained the Sea Deity Pearl and the Longevity Lock. I have no other requests. Princess Yudai smiled faintly and retreated, not participating in the division of the weapons. Voila! Dongfang Ye's hands flickered with brilliance as he fished out another pile of treasures from Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Purple gold gourd, white jade pagoda, scarlet blood divine spear. There was everything one could wish for. Just how many treasures does this fatty have? It seems like he's inexhaustible. In the end, they cleaned out Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. There were no less than 40 to 50 treasures floating in the air. They were all beautiful and radiant. So many weapons made people feel as if they were in a dream. It was as if they had opened a treasury. There was everything one could wish for, and they were all carefully chosen. Every one of them was very useful. Even the most unremarkable pot was appraised to be a rare treasure. If a precious medicine that was tens of thousands of years old was planted inside, it could slowly be cultivated into a king medicine. Of course, out of these 40 to 50 treasures, the 9 heavenly weapons were the most precious. They had long surpassed the Holy Lord level, and every one of them was divine. Without a doubt, the 9 heavenly weapons were the treasures of Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation. Every one of them was incomparable. The jade saber, purple jade sword, scarlet jade spear, black jade halberd, white jade shield, and others were all divine weapons. After all, they were refined by the peerless Feather King. Even after 15,000 years, they still hadn't faded. They had become even more sparkling after being nourished by Duanda. Chi! Yi Fan picked up the 3-inch-long purple jade sword and swung it lightly. Without a sound, a purple light shot out and split the cliff in front of him into 2. How terrifying! It can probably cut a Holy Lord-level weapon in half. Princess Yudai's jade-like face was full of astonishment. It's too sharp. My body probably can't take it. The barbarian mumbled. His body was stronger than a supreme being's, but he didn't dare to face the 9 heavenly weapons. Chi! Yi Fan held onto the 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear, flew into the air, and lightly pointed forward. A scarlet mist rushed out from the tip of the spear, instantly piercing through the mountain in front of it. Just one strike was enough to pierce through a tall mountain. What kind of divine object was this? It caused everyone's heart to tremble. Princess Yudai's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light, and the barbarian's eyes were blazing with passion. The 9 divine weapons are truly worthy of being the legendary divine weapons. Their power is unfathomable, and they will definitely shine in the future. This is polished from a rare imperial jade, allowing this set of weapons to continuously grow. If the user's cultivation is high enough, they can be refined into a holy object in the future. Everyone was amazed. Yifan caressed the 9 warm jade artifacts. They were like the most perfect works of art. There was no killing intent at all. On the contrary, they were very clear and beautiful. In the end, Yifan took the 9 divine weapons, and the other 2 didn't have any objections. After all, the harvest this time was mainly due to him. After that, he also put away the earthen pot. In the future, it might be of great use to nurture a medicine king. In the eyes of an alchemist, this was a priceless treasure. As for the remaining 40 to 50 treasures, Yifan didn't take any of them. This was because the 9 divine weapons were the sea-stabilizing treasures of Duanda's Sea of Reincarnation, and their value was higher than all the other treasures added together. Princess Yudai also only took a few precious treasures. She obtained the Sea Deity Pearl and the Longevity Lock, both of which were peerless treasures. The rest were given to Dongfang Yi. Don't worry, this guy definitely has more divine objects on him. Yifan made this deduction. This time, he came to search for treasures in Duanda's Dao Palace. As expected, as soon as he moved, divine light flew out one after another. Auspicious colors curled up, and multicolored mist enshrouded the area. Water-repelling pearl. There's also a fire-repelling pearl. They were all astonished. Fatty Duan's collection was too abundant. If this kind of pearl were to be leaked out, people would fight to the death over it. I really don't know how he obtained it. Precious pearls that are impervious to water and fire are extremely rare in this world. These 2 pearls hadn't been refined into weapons, but they were priceless and rarely seen in the world. They were the rarest divine materials for refining weapons, and they could only be chanced upon. Dongfang Yi picked them up and looked at them. He wasn't satisfied, so he threw them back on the ground. He stared at a copper lamp. It was mottled with rust, and a weak flame danced about. Demonic characters. Yifan was astonished. Even the rust could not hide the 3 ancient characters. They were shaped like dragons and phoenixes, and they were carved on the base of the copper lamp. They were bewitching and mysterious. It seems like it's been buried underground for many years, but there's still a terrifying aura seeping out. It must be a divine object. Princess Yudai took it and looked at it. Heavenly Demon Lamp. The barbarian actually recognized the 3 ancient characters and casually read them out. What? This is the remnant of a heavenly demon? Yifan was shocked. In the Eastern Wasteland, the heavenly demon physique was the king of the demon race, just like the divine king of the Eastern Wasteland's human race. It's a pity for this lamp. It's been buried underground for at least 30,000 years, and was almost destroyed by the passage of time. Yifan sighed. Now that it's nourished, it might be able to recover. This is the remnant of a heavenly demon, and it can't be compared to an ordinary weapon. Princess Yudai shook her head. I like this heavenly demon lamp, Dongfang Yi said. In the end, the copper lamp fell into his hands, and he put it away carefully. There were dozens of weapons in Duanda's palace, and the heavenly demon lamp was the palace's cornerstone treasure. It was a peerless king-level divine object, and it would most likely recover in the future. The other dozens of treasures were divided between Yifan and Princess Yudai. Every one of them was worth collecting. It was not hard to imagine how rich Duanda was. Every secret realm had an imperial divine weapon, which was the treasure of the sect. Then, they continued to search, but found nothing. Fatty Duan had no more treasures on him, but Yudai and Dongfang Yi were already very satisfied. No, there must be more. Yifan did not see the wondrous tree of immortality, nor did he see that broken bowl. He was sure that there was an even more precious divine treasury. The 3 of them stared at Duanda's forehead at the same time. There were most likely more divine objects hidden inside, but if they touched this place, it would be extremely easy for him to wake up. It's fine. With the addition of the 9 layers of seals, he definitely won't wake up. Then Yifan personally took action. He sent a strand of his divine consciousness into the forehead to search for the divine object. As soon as he entered, he was horrified. He felt a terrifying pressure. It's that broken bowl. He was quite shocked. A broken bowl was floating up and down, swallowing the stars of the universe. Its interior was incomparably deep, as if it was a star domain. A supreme pressure seeped out, making people want to kneel down. According to the Black Emperor's speculations, this broken bowl had been sealed, but it still had such heart-palpitating fluctuations. It was difficult to imagine what kind of weapon it was. Could it really be a damaged and sealed great emperor's sacred weapon? Yifan thought. Beside the broken bowl, there was a jade tree with 7 different leaves growing on it. This immediately made him excited. This must be the wondrous tree of immortality. On the other side of the broken bowl, there was a treasure basin with many treasures inside. They were all of various colors, and among them was a particularly eye-catching sword with the 2 words Hell King engraved on it. There was also an extraordinary ancient whip in the shape of a horned dragon. A peerless king-grade divine weapon. Yifan was astonished. There were at least 2 or 3 weapons not inferior to the 9 divine weapons and the celestial demon lamp in the treasure basin. This damned fatty was indeed a living treasure trove. Not long after, Yifan retreated. A half-foot-long tender branch appeared in his hand. It was flowing with 7-colored splendor, and the 7 leaves were all different colors. It was the wondrous tree of immortality. There's a broken bowl and a treasure basin inside, but I can't get them out. Let me try. Dongfang Yi focused, and a divine rainbow shot out from between his eyebrows. It entered the fatty's body and began to search. However, not long after, he retreated. His body shook violently, and he retreated a few steps. Inside that broken bowl, there's another universe. There's a world-shaking immortal treasure sealed within. I suspect. The barbarian couldn't continue. He suspected that it was at least an ancient saint's weapon. If it was a bit stronger, then it would be too frightening. Princess Yudai also went in to search, but she was also shaken out. She was full of shock, and her face was pale. That broken bowl is too frightening. After the 3 of them analyzed it, they concluded that there was a peerless expert who helped the fatty seal the broken bowl and hide it between his eyebrows. It was almost unmovable. Fatty Duan can move it himself, but it's already not bad if he can use 10% of its power. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he has an incomparably terrifying backer? No, this bowl must be taken out. This broken bowl is most likely connected to his mind. Even if we take it out, it won't be easy to refine. Let's not think too much for now. Let's take it out first. They persevered, and with all their efforts, they finally moved the broken bowl. At the same time, they also pulled out the precious basin that was almost connected to it. This bowl was definitely sealed, and there were at least 10 layers of seals. The 3 of them were all shocked. Even 10 layers of seals couldn't conceal its aura. It was difficult for them to bear, as if they were facing a sleeping archaic king. We can't move the things in this broken bowl. They helplessly discovered this fact. They first threw it on the ground, and then began to turn the multicolored jade basin around. Divine light flowed within, and dense mist enshrouded it. There are many treasure basins, but they are all imitations. This shouldn't be the original one, right? Princess Yudai seriously doubted this possibility. I can't open this treasure basin. Dongfang Yi frowned. No matter how he tried, he couldn't open the jade basin. There was also a seal, and it was incomparably sturdy. However, he could clearly see that the weapons inside were all extraordinary and incomparably marvelous. They were definitely the damn fatty's treasures, and he hadn't had time to refine them. Just how many emperor tombs and divine king tombs did Fatty Duan rob? His value is countless times greater than even a divine lord's. Even a true immortal residence is nothing more than this. Yi Fan sighed. Then he laughed. This time, he completely robbed Duan to clean, not even leaving a hair behind. Let's leave this place first. We'll slowly think of a way. Yi Fan took the undying wondrous tree first. Duanda even placed it between his brows, and one could see how much importance he attached to it. Yifan, Yudai, and Dongfang Yi got up and flew away with the broken bowl and the treasure basin. They immediately entered the endless mountain range, and then found an ancient cave to hide in. I've already laid down formation patterns here. That damn fatty definitely won't be able to discover it. You guys hide here first, I'll go out and take a look. The formation patterns Yifan laid down were naturally the jade pieces the Black Emperor gave him. Don't tell me you have some bad taste and want to see that fatty go crazy? Yu Dai smiled faintly. Her beautiful hair was jet black, and her eyes were ethereal. Her eyelashes were dense and long, and her lips were red and teeth pearly. Her immortal skin and divine bones were so beautiful that it could cause one's heart to sway. Yifan coughed dryly. He indeed had some bad taste and wanted to see what Duanda would look like after he woke up. He wanted to see whether or not smoke would come out of his 7 apertures. Let's go, I'll go with you. The barbarian was also in high spirits. He carried his big stick and walked out together. The two of them used a secret technique to hide their auras and hid on a mountain peak several li away. They watched from afar, and only after a long time did Duanda wake up. This fatty is really powerful. He sealed his entire body. If it was any other expert, they wouldn't have woken up even after several days. Dongfang Yi was amazed. Fatty Duan was clearly still a bit confused. He stood up shakily, and then he was suddenly startled. He found that he only had underpants left on his body. Scream! Scream as loud as you can. The barbarian was not kind at all, and he let out this kind of expectant voice. Chapter 573. Duanda was startled. A breeze blew over and chilled him. After seeing the situation clearly, he let out a heart-wrenching howl. His vision darkened after being stripped naked. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Then he let out a howl like a wolf. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Apart from his pants, there was nothing left on him. Even his lightning boots had been taken away by the barbarian and put on his own feet. Unscrupulous celestial being. Damn you! Duanda was flustered and exasperated. He spun 8 times in place and jumped 9 times, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was completely mad. He had worked hard for 30 years and became a blank slate in one day. All his treasures and imperial divine weapons were gone. Not even his pants were left. In a primitive mountain range several miles away, Yifan stood on a peak and looked into the distance. He couldn't help but laugh at the scene. The barbarian also laughed and said to himself, "Serves you right. Who told you to have designs on me? Bastard, you're so despicable. You even took my pants, shoes, and socks. Damn, is there anything else you don't want to take? I'm not done with you." Duanda stomped his feet and cursed. The veins on his forehead bulged. "You even took the socks?" Yifan asked Dongfang Yi. The barbarian scratched his head and said, "They were woven from natural silk. They're impervious to fire and water. I put them on together with my shoes and socks." Yifan. He guessed that if Yu Dai wasn't there, Duanda wouldn't even have his pants left because they were also woven from natural silk. Ah! Duanda screamed as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a duck. He was going crazy. He didn't have any treasures left. He wanted to bang his head on the ground. Smoke! Smoke is coming out. The barbarian pointed to the front. Sure enough, white smoke came out of Duanda's nose, ears, and mouth. To be more precise, it was innate essence chi. Could also be understood as fire energy. He was so angry that smoke came out of his 7 orifices. It's burning, it's burning. The barbarian stared ahead. Essence energy surged from Duanda's body. This was energy, divine force overflowing. His entire body seemed to be burning, his hair standing on end like a human torch. Thump, thump. He smashed his head against the stone wall, feeling incomparably regretful. Now he even had the thought of dying. His treasures were worth more than the treasures of many holy masters, but they were all lost just like that. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to bite someone. Many divine objects were dug out from the ancient tomb, and now they were all taken away by someone. This was even worse than killing him. Duanda screamed miserably again and again. He really couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and rushed towards a mountain range. He began to run in circles. If he didn't vent the anger in his heart, he really might go crazy. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The barbarian was not kind at all. He helped Duan to count the laps very patiently. I, your grandpa, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Duanda ran 127 laps around the mountain in one go. Then he fell to his knees and banged his head against the ground. Yifan sat on the mountain peak, propping up his chin and laughing non-stop. This was the first time he had seen Fatty Duan suffer like this. It was always him scheming against others, but today he was so flustered and exasperated. Then, Duanda began to run madly again, puffing out white smoke from his ears and nose. This time, he didn't stop even after running several hundred laps. 357, 372. The barbarian counted patiently. In the end, Duanda ran 400 laps before sitting down on the ground. His expression was indescribably dejected. It was as if he had eaten a dead child, and his face was emaciated. This grandpa hunts geese all day, but the geese pecked my eyes, he angrily muttered without end. This lousy cave dwelling only has an incomplete wondrous undying tree and nothing else. Damn it, it's also a fake cave dwelling. In the end, this grandpa lost so many treasures. I hate it. Duanda arrived in front of the cave and slapped out with his palm. With a rumbling sound, the entire cliff was smashed to pieces, hitting me from behind with a stick and smashing me with a brick in front of me. Damn it, isn't this grandpa's favorite thing to do? Duanda clenched his teeth. He didn't even see anyone's shadow before fainting. It was truly shameful. That bowl of mine contains an ancient scripture with emperor characters carved on it. It's the number 1 divine object since ancient times, and now it's lost just like that. This grandpa can't accept this. I want to defy the heavens. Duanda pounded the ground. There is a universe within the bowl, a world of its own. He muttered endlessly, revealing many secrets. The ancient scripture is called Crossing Calamity, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, surpassing all past and present. His words were mysterious and captivating. Could there really be ancient scriptures in that bowl? Why is his voice getting lower and lower? I can't hear him anymore. Dongfang Xie was moved and moved forward. Not good, let's go. This damned fatty is putting on an act. I'm afraid he's already discovered that there are people spying on us. Yi Fan's expression changed. He grabbed Dongfang Yi and quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. He wanted to quietly retreat, but Duanda chased after them like a wisp of smoke. This damned fatty's spiritual senses are too sharp. The barbarian was shocked. Let's go. Yi Fan grabbed him and then activated the move symbol. In that instant, he turned into a streak of lightning and disappeared into the horizon with a schwa sound. Duanda was still gnashing his teeth in anger at first, but soon after, he was completely dumbstruck. The enemy didn't even leave him with a trace of his back. Just like that, he was left behind several mountain ridges without a trace. In the end, Yi Fan and the others returned to the ancient cave. They stared blankly at the broken bowl and the cornucopia. After studying them for a long time, they still couldn't open them. In the distant mountains, Duanda sat cross-legged on top of a sacrificial altar. Using blood as a guide, he muttered an incantation. Dark clouds covered the sky and pressed down. It was incomparably terrifying. Strands of blood flowed as the dark clouds pressed down onto the ground. A vast ancient formation was activated and wreaked havoc in all directions. It was as if an archaic king was reviving. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood-colored lightning interweaved. Under the pitch-black heaven and earth, it was as if ancient war souls were awakening one after another. They emitted a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. Dong! In the distance, the ancient cave where Yi Fan and the others were at shook violently. The broken bowl seemed to have a life of its own as it absorbed and spat out the world's spiritual essence. It seemed as if the entire mountain range's spiritual essence had been sucked dry in an instant. Not good. Is this an ancient saint's weapon? It's about to revive. It might even be a great emperor's holy weapon. They quickly retreated. The broken bowl seemed to contain an expanse of starry sky that could even swallow the sun and moon. Then it turned into a black hole that devoured all things. It first swallowed the cornucopia and then began to shake violently. The pressure it emitted was difficult for others to endure. It was as if an unrivaled demon lord had crossed over. Hong! The broken bowl shook, and in a split second, a large part of the entire mountain collapsed. Then, it rushed into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. It's flying away. Yi Fan and the others rushed into the sky. The outside world was clear, but at the end of the horizon, dark clouds were already gathering densely. Blood-colored lightning hacked about as if a demonic land had been opened. They flew over and saw Duanda with disheveled hair standing on top of a blood-sacrificial altar. He was mumbling incantations as dark clouds covered the sky above his head. This scene naturally attracted the attention of others. Many people appeared and tried to grab the broken bowl, but Duanda roared loudly. The broken bowl turned into an abyss and swallowed more than 10 people on the spot, leaving behind only a bloody mist. This fellow is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan and the others quietly retreated and did not go over to join in the fun. The broken bowl had been taken back by Duanda, so it was definitely impossible to take it back. After an unknown amount of time, the dark clouds above the blood-sacrificial altar finally dispersed. Duanda's face was pale. He put away the broken bowl and the cornucopia before flying away while grimacing in pain. "Don't let this Dao grandpa find out who you guys are." He felt gloomy. The people who had knocked him unconscious and hit him with the brick were definitely acquaintances. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left him alive. In a pure land of fragrant flowers and chirping birds, a spiritual spring gurgled and the fragrance of fruits assailed the nostrils. Yi Fan and the others ate some spiritual fruits, then said their goodbyes. Some supreme powers speculate that the ancient beast kings of this world are going to join forces, and they might command hundreds of thousands of strange beasts to attack human cultivators. You should withdraw as soon as possible and come back after avoiding the storm, Yu Dai reminded. Yi Fan nodded. This news was very important to him. The immortal mansion world was about to usher in a great storm. The arrival of so many human cultivators had broken the tranquility of this place and aroused the dissatisfaction of the strange beast kings. Princess Yu Dai left the immortal mansion world, and the barbarian also found a place to go into seclusion to refine the celestial demon lamp, afraid that Duanda would use a secret technique to summon it back. Yi Fan found an uninhabited barren mountain and began to test the power of the undying wondrous tree. He was very expectant. This young branch was no more than half a foot long, and it had 7 jade leaves. They were glistening and overflowing with color, sparkling and glistening. He held the treasured tree in his hand and stood in front of a cliff. He gently brushed it forward, but there were no changes even after a long time. He forcefully brushed it again, but it was still calm, and the cliff didn't move in the slightest. Didn't they say that with a brush of the undying wondrous tree, all living things would be destroyed? He turned it around and looked. Yi Fan didn't give up and waved the treasured tree again. A hazy, auspicious light flowed, and rays of auspicious light fell on the cliff, but it still didn't have the slightest effect. Although there was no effect, the treasured tree would absorb all of Yi Fan's divine power every time. It was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled up at all. Just using up divine power is useless? He almost threw the treasured tree to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he had a divine physique, it would be very difficult for his divine power to run out. Just those few swings just now would have already exhausted him to the ground. Yi Fan stubbornly refused to budge. He continuously used his divine power and waved the treasured tree, brushing it again and again. His power disappeared 49 times, and a scarlet jade leaf on the undying wondrous tree finally flickered with resplendent splendor. It shot out a scarlet mist and landed on the cliff. Boom! This cliff let out a rumbling sound, and it was actually uprooted from the ground. It was like a leaf that was lightly swept away, flying into the distance. It swept away an entire mountain. Yi Fan was astonished. Not long after, an astonishing piece of news came from the front. More than 10 experts entered the depths of the ancient world, and in the end, only a half-step Almighty managed to escape. However, he had gone crazy, and he continuously muttered the words, "Undying Heavenly Emperor." Moreover, some people heard heaven-shaking battle cries from the depths of the immortal mansion world. It was as if an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers was charging, and the sky darkened. It seemed as if there were saints participating in a great battle, and the path ahead was blocked, making it impossible to approach. Let's hurry up and leave. The ancient beast king is about to launch an attack, and hundreds of thousands of strange beasts are about to slaughter the human cultivators. Many people received the news, and they couldn't care about the secrets of the immortal mansion world anymore. It was more important to avoid the great disaster in front of them. The strange beasts were about to riot. Chapter 574. After hearing this news, Yi Fan didn't retreat immediately. He had the traveling formula, so he wasn't that afraid. He wanted to see what would happen if the savage ancient beast king led hundreds of thousands of strange beasts. On this day, he continuously waved the undying wondrous tree to experiment. Legend has it that once this divine object was completed, it would be invincible and could destroy all things in the world. However, after half a day, he was somewhat disappointed. He could only launch one attack after swinging it dozens or hundreds of times. The mist shot out by the scarlet jade leaf was enough to send a towering mountain flying. However, even though the mountain was sent flying for dozens of miles, it was still intact and didn't turn into powder. He was speechless for a long time. Could it be that, after using up so much divine power, it could only send the opponent flying and not kill them? This is somewhat useful. After all, this is a mountain. If it was someone else, they would have been sent flying to the ends of the earth. However, it had absorbed too much divine power. Ordinary people couldn't use it at all. Even Yi Fan found it a bit strenuous, as if all his essence chi would be sucked dry in an instant. This is only the power of the scarlet jade leaf. I wonder what the other 6 are used for. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The undying wondrous tree was sparkling and glistening. There were 7 leaves on it, but he had only activated the power of the scarlet jade leaf. The other 6 didn't react at all. Could it be that my cultivation isn't high enough, and that's why I can't display its terrifying power? Thinking of this, Yi Fan became excited and carefully put away the precious tree. The immortal mansion world could be called a divine land. It was vast and preserved the characteristics of the primordial era. Many extinct spiritual medicines could be found, and there were also peerless immortal treasures such as the dragon chimera, ancient scriptures, and holy weapons. Could be said that this was a pure land with priceless treasures. Who wouldn't be tempted? All the sects in the outside world were thinking of ways to find an entrance. Even though there were rumors that there would be a Beast King rampage, there were still many people who didn't leave immediately. This was because opportunity and danger coexisted. Understanding this savage world first was equivalent to seizing the initiative. Whether one could obtain the great emperor's ancient scriptures or not, this kind of initiative was very important. In the depths of the primordial world, there might really be ancient scriptures left behind by the great monarchs. Someone discovered some clues and is currently searching for the cave abode of the great monarchs. Yi Fan had been here for more than half a month, but he didn't have the luck he had at the beginning. After obtaining the mountain-embracing seal, the human sovereign seal, and the heaven-turning seal, he didn't get anything else. He did see a few caves, but they were all empty. Perhaps it's really time for me to leave. I'll return after some time. Zhang Xian noticed that the savage beasts were beginning to gather together. It was clear that something was amiss. Many experts died again, including 5 half-step almighties. Yi Fan heard this discussion. Many cultivators were leaving this area, and they sensed that something was wrong. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of bitter aura surged from the distance. It was like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, immediately submerging the entire heaven and earth. Then, a streak of holy light that was as thick as a mountain pierced through the heavens, causing the mountains to collapse. Holy light illuminates the sky. A divine object has appeared. Many people cried out in alarm. They immediately rushed forward. Even though there were experts dying from time to time in this world, there were also many pleasant surprises. precious treasures would appear from time to time. In just a short moment, there were 70 to 80 figures that rushed over. Yifan shivered inwardly. There were dozens of experts hidden in this area alone, and many outstanding heroes were spying on them. Among them, a gray-clothed individual rushed up. His magical force overflowed into the heavens, shaking the void. The others all spat out blood and flew backwards. They stopped in shock. There was actually a great expert here. Everyone's hearts became cold. There might be an exceptional divine object up ahead, but with such an exceptional expert here, how were they supposed to fight over it? This great expert released a long roar, turning into a streak of flowing light and flying over. The others were unwilling, but they could only stop. Even though there were a few half-step almighties here, going up would only be throwing their lives away. Chi! Up ahead, in the barren mountain ridges, that streak of holy light that pierced through the clouds became even more resplendent. It attracted everyone's souls, and they couldn't help but want to fly over there. However, in the next second, everyone became frightened. A giant centipede that was the size of a mountain ridge stood on its hind legs. The barren mountains collapsed. Rubble flew into the clouds, heaven and earth shaking. This type of centipede was just too enormous. It truly was unknown just how many years it had lived for. Its body was covered in earth and ancient trees grew all over it. Now that it appeared in the world, earth and stones tumbled down. Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This is a centipede ancestor. Everyone became stupefied. Its body was enormous, and its 100 feet moved in unison. The surrounding mountain peaks and great earth all split apart, and then they collapsed and caved in. The leaden clouds in the sky were even scattered by its aura. That streak of holy light originated from its head. There was indeed a divine object there that was shaped like an ancient mirror. The fluctuations it released were terrifying, and it was refined at the center of its frontal bone. Pooh! The giant centipede opened its mouth and spat out a streak of dark light, immediately covering that great expert. He couldn't evade at all, and even the great expert's protective divine light was broken through. Strange poison under the heavens. This is a centipede ancestor. Not even a great expert can resist it. The people in the back were all trembling with fear. They inwardly rejoiced that they were stopped just now and didn't rush over. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly died. There was no way the great expert would just sit and wait for death. His entire body erupted with endless radiance, and he was about to escape and tear through the sky. However, at this moment, that streak of holy light shot out from the center of the giant centipede's frontal bone, immediately locking him in place. He couldn't move in the slightest. Shwa! It opened its mouth and sucked in, almost swallowing the entire heaven and earth. The entire space became dim. It was incomparably terrifying. It used black light to suck the great expert into its mouth and then refine him to death. Everyone was horrified. They personally saw a great expert die, leaving them shaken. However, soon after, the ancient mirror at the center of the centipede's frontal bone drew their attention. Divine object. That's an ancient saint's weapon. It has refined it into its body. A streak of holy light swept out, locking a great expert in place. He couldn't even resist, and then he was easily erased. This was definitely an ancient saint's weapon, or else it wouldn't have this type of ability. A peerless divine object had finally appeared in this savage world. It would make people go crazy, and they would fight to the death just to snatch it. The mountain range was in an uproar. Many cultivators rushed into the sky to send a message to the great powers they belonged to. They wanted to invite peak experts to subdue the heaven centipede. There was no one who wasn't shaken by the ancient saint's weapon. Yifan's heart was also restless. This world was too mysterious. The appearance of an ancient saint's weapon would definitely draw even more experts in. A saint's weapon, an ancient battlefield with hundreds of thousands of people, the undying heavenly emperor. Yifan muttered to himself. Wang! The void collapsed, and the giant centipede that was like a mountain ridge flew into the depths of the savage world. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yifan didn't dare chase after it. Even a great expert had been refined to death. If he went up, he would undoubtedly die. At the very least, he would need a few emperors to subdue it. If I can find another place where ancient experts were in seclusion and find traces of their enlightenment, I will definitely break into the dragon transformation's secret realm. At that time, Yi Fan thought of the heavenly tribulation. If he chased after the giant centipede, would he have a chance to kill it and snatch the ancient saint's weapon? He was quite tempted. However, the heavenly tribulation in a great secret realm like the dragon transformation secret realm would definitely be extraordinarily powerful. It would be very difficult to pass through it safely. Not long after, the whole area was in a hubbub of voices. It was unknown how many experts had gone to follow the traces left behind by the giant centipede. It was hard to determine how long this centipede had lived. Generally speaking, mutants that didn't transform into human form cultivated slightly slower, but their lifespan was relatively longer. The heavens were very fair. Yi Fan didn't chase after it. Instead, he followed along the path at a leisurely pace. He didn't want to be swallowed by the heaven centipede in a single gulp. Not long after, he traveled for over 1,000 miles and arrived at a stone forest. He felt a type of Tao here and stopped there. Could it be that someone was cultivating here in seclusion in the past? Yi Fan saw some Tao rhythm. The stone forest was quiet, and a small blue lake appeared in front of him. It was clear and without ripples, so blue that it would enchant one's heart. And beside the lake there was a stone mountain. It was less than 300 meters tall, but it was mysterious. It clearly sat there without any clouds or mist, yet it gave people a feeling of ethereal. The stone mountain was like a pen, straight up and down. There were a few spirit medicines growing on it, rooted on the cliff. They were all close to 10,000 years old and had not been eaten by strange beasts. It was very rare. The stone mountain was barren, but the addition of these ancient spirit medicines added an indescribable spirituality to it. Everything had traces of Tao because of them. Yi Fan felt an unusual qi. He went around the stone mountain and saw a few people in a standoff in the distance. Formless, murderous intent pervaded the air. I don't want to say much. Leave immediately, or else don't blame me for being merciless and starting a massacre. Yan Yunluan's expression was cold as he stood with his hands behind his back. On the other side, Li Heishui and Lu Ko stood in front of him. Their faces were full of anger and unwillingness. Yan Yunluan, you are too overbearing. We found this place first. What right do you have to make us leave? Because I am Yan Yunluan. He walked forward with his hands behind his back, carrying a strong sense of confidence. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked down on the two. What is there to be arrogant about? Aren't we just going through the heavens tribulation while entering the unique warrior mansion? If you have the guts, go compete with little Yi and kill a few powerful beings. Lu Ko mumbled, I will give you 10 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I don't mind staining my hands with blood. Yan Yunluan's expression was cold. In this savage world, killing 1 or 2 people was nothing. No one would care. Lu Ko was furious. This was too humiliating. As the descendant of a great bandit, he was being looked down upon like this. This had never happened before, and it made him furious. Don't be rash. Li Heishui pulled him back. He knew the gap between him and Yan Yunluan. If he made a move, he would definitely be killed quickly. All right, let's go. Lu Ko also understood the situation and said, Don't think that you are a monster. In the future, there will always be someone more monstrous than you to suppress you. Are you talking about that person from the Eastern Wasteland? Even he doesn't dare to come to the unique warrior mansion. Who does he think he is? Yan Yunluan sneered. In the distance, Yi Fan walked out from the darkness. Without saying anything, he held the 1,000 Slayers' bow in his hand and pulled the bowstring. A long rainbow that was hundreds of meters long cut through the sky. Yan Yunluan's expression changed. He had suffered a great loss before and was almost killed. Now that he saw Yi Fan with the 1,000 Slayers' bow again, he felt extremely fearful. In terms of cultivation, he had nothing to fear. He would even dare to kill someone at the 9th transformation of the Dragon Realm. However, against this sect's secret treasure, he was naturally restrained. I will give you 10 breaths of time to get out of here and disappear from this place. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. Yi Fan used his own Tao to suppress him. Chapter 575. A golden rainbow shot over with a tail of 300 meters long. Yan Yunluan roared and spat out a mouthful of innate essence qi, which turned into a sharp blade and sliced it into pieces. He stood in the stone forest and stared coldly at Yi Fan. Last time he was almost killed, and today he was scolded again. He was incomparably angry, but he knew that the Thousand Slayers' bow could restrain him. Still not leaving? You don't have a chance. 10 breaths have passed. I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan drew his bow again. This arrow contained boundless essence qi, and a divine rainbow pierced through the heaven and earth. Wind and thunder rumbled as it rushed out. Yan Yunluan's expression changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a copper lamp. The wick spewed out divine flames and collided with the divine rainbow again and again, melting it. Yi Zhoutian, I'll come and kill you. He turned around and left, not wanting to fight. There's no time like the present. Let's end it today. This time, Yi Fan really wanted to kill him. He was going to use the all-secret character to shoot continuously while there was no one to disturb him. Yan Yunluan was extremely sullen. This was the first time he had been forced like this, and it wasn't because he was weaker than his opponent. He didn't say a word and flew into the sky. He didn't want to be a live target again. He hadn't recovered from his previous injuries. Yan Yunluan, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running away now? Lu Ko shouted from behind. Yan Wudi, aren't you invincible? Why are you running away in panic? Let's have a great battle. Li Haishui ridiculed as well. Yi Fan chased closely and shot arrow after arrow. Golden light filled the sky, and from afar, it was extremely dazzling like fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. However, wherever this dazzling light passed, lives would be lost. Even a monster like him had been forced to this state. Yi Zhoutian, you're good. You're chasing me with secret treasures now, but I'll break through in a few days and come for your head. Yan Yunluan was ruthless. As long as he broke through one more realm, he wouldn't be far from being the strongest of the young generation. At that time, even if Yi Fan had the Thousand Slayers' bow, he wouldn't have anything to fear. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Yi Fan made up his mind to get rid of him. He began to activate the all-character secret and was about to fire a barrage of arrows. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the other party after firing over 100 divine arrows in succession. Along the way, many people saw this scene, and they were all incomparably shocked. It had happened not long ago, and now it was happening again. Yan Yunluan is being hunted down again. The word again caused Yan Yunluan's body to tremble. How could he endure this? What kind of character was he? It was difficult for him to meet someone of the same generation who could match him. Even if someone from the older generation came, he would still kill them without hesitation. However, he was chased by a youth twice. That's Yi Zhoutian? That little lord? Many people found it hard to believe. Yan Yunluan, don't run. As a demonic genius of the generation, you're known to be invincible. Why are you running away instead of fighting? Lu Ko shouted from behind. Truly inconceivable. Yan Yunluan is being chased by that person again. He has met his nemesis. Along the way, people continuously exclaimed in surprise. The word again caused Yan Yunluan's face to turn ashen. It was the first time he was so angry. He was really sensitive to this word. Not long after, they rushed into a snowy peak. The main reason was that this place was too high. The mountain peak reached into the clouds, and the valley below was verdant and full of vitality. However, the mountain peak was covered in pure white snow. Yan Yunluan was truly angry. He was being chased like a dog, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't be angry because he hadn't broken through yet. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Why are you panicking? White mist lingered on the snowy peak. A white-clothed man blended into the snowy scenery, becoming one with the heaven and earth. If he didn't speak, no one would notice. Brother Chu. Yan Yunluan stopped and stood together with the white-clothed man, no longer running away. He was 2 heads taller than the average-sized Yan Yunluan. His white clothes fluttered in the wind and snow, and he seemed to have become one with the snowy mountain. His skin was as white as snow, but his eyes were full of spirit, like 2 divine lamps. His black hair danced in the wind and snow, making him look like an ice god. It's him, a warrior of the 5th transformation of the Dragon Realm. Behind them, Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and a few others caught up. After seeing this person, their expressions all changed. Yifan heard that on the first day of the opening of the Qixia residence, a warrior of the 5th transformation of the Dragon Realm fought his way in. No one was a match for him, and it was this person. For someone like this, once he reached the 5th transformation of the Dragon Realm, he could definitely kill a warrior of the 9th transformation. He was only in his 20s, but he already had such a level of cultivation. It was terrifying. Yan Yunluan regained his calmness and stood side by side with Chu Tian on the snowy peak, staring coldly at Yifan. With the 2 of them working together, no one in the younger generation would be a match for them. Regarding this, they had no doubts. Even if Yifan had the 1,000 Slayers' bow, he wouldn't be able to do it. If they fought to the death, he would only be killed. This was their confidence. Many people chased from behind and arrived here. Everyone was shocked. With 2 influential figures standing side by side, anyone would know the difficulty and retreat. However, Yifan was pulling the bowstring. The secret of all was activated, and his battle prowess increased tenfold. The 1,000 Slayers' bow was like a dormant dragon that had awakened. The aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Rays of light shot out for tens of thousands of zhong, and waves shook out. All of a sudden, a huge avalanche occurred. Shoo! A divine rainbow rushed out and went straight for the space between Yan Yunluan's eyebrows. He opened his mouth and spat out a copper lamp. The wick of the lamp spewed out flames, attacking the divine arrow from the side and neutralizing its power. At the same time, Chu Tian made his move. With a raise of his hand, the void was frozen. Mysterious ice spread out and froze the divine arrow inside. Boundless divine power surged in. Boom! The divine arrow shattered and turned into essence energy. It rushed into the sky and the divine light wreaked havoc. The snowy peak was cut in half, and it fell into the 10,000 zhong deep valley. Li Heishui rushed over. He could tell that, with the 2 of them working together, no one in the younger generation would be a match for them. He was afraid that Yifan would suffer a loss and be killed. Stop! You 2 are both known as monsters. Isn't it a bit unfair to work together like this? In the distance, the crowd watched. The 2 monsters standing together naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. Yan Yunluan's expression darkened, and he said, "Fine, since you said so, I won't make things difficult for him. In 5 days, I will go to his residence to find him and fight a decisive battle. I will cut him down with my halberd. There is no need to wait 5 days. Come here now, and I will cut you down in front of everyone." Yifan sneered. "Brother, relying on secret treasures is nothing. You have to know that there are countless treasures in this world. The 1,000 Slayers' bow is not invincible. Cultivators still have to rely on themselves." Chu Tian said calmly. His meaning was clear. It was not that Yan Yunluan was no match for him. It was just that his weapon was at a disadvantage, and that was why he was restrained. "Then let's forget about it today." Lu Ko walked up. He also did not want to see the 2 monsters standing together. If they attacked at the same time, no one would have a path of survival. "Brother, let him go for now." Li Heishui walked up and stopped Yifan, not letting him attack. With the 2 monsters here, even if Yifan had the 1,000 Slayers' bow and other tricks, he had not entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm yet, so he was not confident. The crowd dispersed, and the disturbance was resolved. However, people were looking forward to the battle in 5 days. The monster against Yi Zhaotian was bound to be a fierce battle. "Brother, thank you for your help." Li Heishui and Lu Ko expressed their gratitude when there was no one else around. Yifan smiled and patted their shoulders and said, "No need to be so polite." The 2 of them were stupefied, and then they cried out strangely. They walked up and forcefully punched him twice, both of them incredibly excited. You are finally here. Those monsters from the Odd Warrior residence are all monsters. We were hoping that you could beat them all. It would be a pity if you were not here. Fortunately, you did not hide in the eastern wasteland. Speaking of which, little Yi, you should hurry up and increase your cultivation level, or else you won't be able to deal with them. A girl from the western desert, many people think she will become a bodhisattva in the future. A monster from the central plains killed a king-type monster with a single slap. You should have heard of him. A young man from the northern plains who calls himself a wolf god. Anyone who sees him avoids him. His battle strength is terrifying, and he actually caught an ancient creature as his servant. It was obvious that the two of them had been traumatized after seeing the geniuses of the 5 great domains. Yifan said, "Many people are late bloomers. Didn't half of the saints in the ancient times have mediocre cultivation when they were young? It's mainly about potential later on." "That's true, but you don't need to comfort us like that." Li Heishui nodded and smiled. "Did you see Pangbo?" Yifan asked. He had come to the central plains to find an old friend. The two shook their heads. Many people went into seclusion after entering the extraordinary warrior manor, so they hadn't seen half of them. Moreover, they had entered the immortal manor in batches. Yifan and the others returned to the stone forest and arrived at the side of the blue lake. They climbed up the faintly discernible stone mountain, and their minds immediately calmed down. This place is extraordinary. Although they could feel that it was extraordinary, they couldn't find any mysteries. They all sat cross-legged on the stone mountain, facing the small lake and cultivating. The small lake was blue, and the stone mountain was faintly discernible. For several days, their minds were clear, and they easily entered the Tao realm. They almost comprehended the Tao here. "I know, this is the place where ancient saints passed away." Yifan was shocked as he made this guess. When ancient saints died, their flesh and blood would never rot. They could exist forever, but some people didn't want to leave behind a body after death, so they would choose to dissolve themselves. This kind of place was called the place of Tao transformation. It was beautiful and contained the true essence of the Tao. If one could find it and cultivate here, it would be very easy to comprehend and enter the Tao realm. In the past, an ancient saint passed away here and returned to nature. Lu Ko was speechless, and his heart was shaken. In the distance, in the endless mountain range, groups of strange beasts appeared from time to time. These days, they gathered at an astonishing speed, and many cultivators met with misfortune. "Let's go. The ancient beast king's rampage is about to begin. Don't be trapped here." In the end, they left the immortal manor world. Yifan changed his appearance and walked out from the entrance controlled by the extraordinary warrior manor. No one noticed him. Yifan did not leave. Instead, he wandered around the celestial mountain that was shrouded in purple energy. Then, he chose a place and silently cultivated for a few days. He was sensing the pulse of the celestial mountain, wanting to discover what was different. After a few days, he returned to Lu City. As soon as he returned, he saw many people looking at him with strange expressions, as if they wanted to say something. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Lord, a few days ago, someone called Yen Yunluan came and said he wanted to kill you. Many people from the extraordinary warrior manor came to watch the show, but you weren't here. They speculated that you didn't dare to accept the challenge and had already fled in panic. They said many unpleasant things." "He really came?" Yifan didn't care about these things. After staying in the immortal vein for a few days, he naturally missed it. "Someone said that as long as you dare to appear, Yen Yunluan will definitely come and take your head, unless you are a tortoise forever." When Yifan came to the desolate hut, the people of the ancient village also said the same thing. Yen Yunluan also came to find him, wanting to fight to the death. Not long after, the news of Yifan's return spread. The people of the extraordinary warrior manor heard about it, and on that day Yen Yunluan appeared along with many others. There were no less than 200 to 300 people, all young experts who entered the extraordinary warrior manor. There were beautiful young women, bald young monks, and all kinds of people. Many people had already heard that this little lord had chased after Yen Yunluan, and they all wanted to see what kind of methods he had. The elites of the 5 regions were all proud sons and daughters of the heavens. Each and every one of them was proud and arrogant, but they all wanted to see this battle. "Where is Princess Qi?" someone shouted, glaring at Yi Fan. He had disappeared for a period of time, and there was no trace of him at all. Even if they wanted to come and rescue her, they couldn't. His appearance today naturally attracted the attention of some people. "Release the princess." More than 10 people were eager to give it a try, wanting to attack. Yi Fan immediately laughed. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, Qi Huishui was released from the precious vase. This peerless beauty bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced towards him. "You dare to seal me for so many days? I'll fight you to the death." Unfortunately, the seal on her body was not undone, so she couldn't harm Yi Fan in the slightest. "Someone is here to rescue you. Don't be so hot with me." Yi Fan gave her a knock on the head. In the distance, many people saw this and were all dumbstruck, almost petrified. They felt that he was too bold, daring to touch this hot pepper of the southern mountains. Wasn't he afraid of causing big trouble? When Qi Huishui saw the surrounding people, she turned around and rushed over, wanting to escape. Yi Fan didn't stop her. At this time, Yan Yunhuan appeared. His expression was cold and emotionless as he said, "I'll let you shoot me with the 1,000 deaths bow. Today, I won't use a finger to suppress you." Such big words. Yi Fan sneered. The others were also astonished. They didn't know why he was so conceited and dared to say such big words. If he didn't use a finger, how could he kill Yi Fan? Yan Yunhuan took a few steps and arrived near Yi Fan. With a cold smile, he said, "I'll send you on your way." Boom! Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, drowning him and Yi Fan in an instant. At this moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. This was actually a heavenly tribulation. Many geniuses turned pale, and many saint children were all shocked. Heavenly tribulation. Yan Yunhuan wanted to use the power of heaven and earth to suppress Yi Fan while transcending the tribulation. Everyone knew what he was thinking. In this world, there weren't many people at this age who could attract a heavenly tribulation. Those who could do so were all demonic geniuses with few opponents. While the others were horrified, Yi Fan actually laughed. Wanting to kill him with a heavenly tribulation was truly a miscalculation. He felt that perhaps he should attract an even greater heavenly tribulation for this demonic genius. He wanted to see who would be killed by it. Chapter 576. The originally clear blue sky was suddenly filled with endless lightning radiance. The electrical radiance was like a sea as it submerged the wilderness. This was a terrifying scene. At this moment, the sky seemed to have caved in. It was pitch black and electrical snakes danced about chaotically. It was as if there were countless flood dragons surging about. Hong! The sound was deafening. If an ordinary person was here, their eardrums would have been blasted through. The tremendous sound was like the roar of a qilin, shaking up mountains and rivers, about to overturn the great earth. From the distance, that place was oppressive and terrifying. An expanse of black light poured down like a torrential downpour. There were thunderstorms everywhere. Long. Among them, there were quite a few blood-colored streaks of lightning. They were like rivers of blood flowing into the sea. The scene was horrifying. This peaceful wilderness was immediately broken. At this moment, this place completely erupted. Apart from the ear-shattering thunder, there were no other sounds. The tremendous thunder and lightning even caused the distant mountains to collapse. The electrical radiance didn't even make contact, but the shockwaves alone destroyed many cliffs, making them no longer exist. Rubble pierced through the clouds, and electrical radiance engulfed the heavens. Yan Yunhuan crossed tribulation last time and entered the Odd Scholar Manor. It hasn't even been 3 months, yet he broke through again. Everyone was incomparably shocked. What was a genius? Yan Yunhuan gave the best explanation. His own strength was great, and his talents were astonishing. Once he had the opportunity, he would break through. Kacha! 9 streaks of blood-colored lightning were like 9 vicious dragons. They were as thick as a palace as they twisted about, piercing through the void and creating a scorching expanse. 9 black holes suddenly appeared. 9 streaks of blood-colored lightning radiance all struck towards Yifan. The heavenly tribulation had begun, submerging him as soon as it arrived. This is controlled by someone. Someone cried out in alarm. Yan Yunluan was extremely calm. Even though he was crossing tribulation, he wasn't scared at all. He drew upon the heavens' heavenly punishment to destroy Yifan here. Kacha, Kacha. Then, 9 by 9, 80 streaks of blood-colored lightning rushed out. They interweaved together, forming a lightning cage that pressed forward. Using a human's will to control a portion of the heavenly punishment's power. Everyone cried out in alarm. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to protect themselves under these circumstances, so how could they enter the lightning cage? However, Yan Yunluan drew upon the heavenly tribulation, turning it into a cage for him to use. Boom! 81 streaks of scarlet lightning hacked over together, forming a cage that was like a small palace. It was mysterious and unfathomable, but it was extremely unstable. After all, this was lightning tribulation, and no one could truly control it. Yifan was like a flood dragon, swimming in the sea of lightning. No one knew what he was feeling at this moment, but seeing that he was not in a sorry state, it seemed that he could still persist. Whoosh! The cage was like a heavenly prison, sealing off all 4 directions. Finally, it surrounded him, wanting to seal him within. Endless arcs of lightning poured down, striking towards the inside. Terrifying. This is heaven's punishment. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their hair stood on end. At this moment, nothing existed anymore. Endless great cracks appeared on the great earth, forming great valleys. The sea of lightning was expanding, surging downwards. It was a scene of doomsday. Yan Yunluan stood proudly at the center of the sea of lightning. No matter how many bolts of lightning danced about, he didn't feel any fear at all. He looked down at Yifan with a cold smile on his face as he waved his tribulation, wanting to suppress him. Everyone's hair stood on end. Who would dare to be so careless against such a lightning storm? Who could safely endure it? This was the special privilege of monsters. Only when they broke through would they attract heaven's punishment, proving how powerful and extraordinary they were. This world was very fair. Although 9 out of 10 people would die after receiving the test of the heavens, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed at every turn, once they passed the tribulation, their strength would definitely be much greater than those of the same level. This was also the reason why they were called monsters. They had obtained the acknowledgement of the heavens and experienced the tempering of the world's will. They were naturally extraordinary people. Boom! Suddenly, the cage formed by interweaving lightning released a loud sound. 81 streaks of blood-colored lightning were destroyed, and Yifan rushed out. He hadn't been injured at all. This little lord is indeed extraordinary. He doesn't just rely on the power of the 1,000 Death's Bow. He himself is also very powerful. Everyone was astonished. To be able to break out of this lightning storm was already a heaven-defying performance. However, they didn't know if he would be able to escape in the end. Yifan was very calm. This sea of lightning couldn't harm him, and compared to his heaven's punishment, there was still a difference. A divine light shone in his eyes, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Although heaven's punishment was terrifying, it was also a kind of opportunity. He wanted to borrow Yifan's heaven's punishment to attract his dragon transformation heaven's punishment. He wanted to use this to break through and ascend to a completely new domain. Humph! Yan Yunluan coldly snorted. Seeing that Yifan was fine, he walked through the air, drawing over tens of thousands of streaks of lightning. He wanted to personally control the sky full of lightning to turn Yifan into ashes. Rumble! At this moment, there was no sun, moon, or stars. There were no other living things in the world. There was only a boundless sea of lightning. It was like a surging ocean, shocking people's souls. Boom! It was like the rumbling of the divine drums of the celestial court. The mountains and rivers all trembled, and in the distance, many mountains collapsed from the shock waves. The earth cracked and was destroyed beyond recognition. This was the power of heaven and earth. It was merciless and terrifying, making people's hearts go cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long since turned into ashes, unable to persist any longer. In the distance, everyone shivered inwardly. Many people broke out in cold sweat, and their clothes were all soaked. This kind of power of heaven and earth was not something ordinary people could resist. Too terrifying. Once one goes in, they will definitely be turned into charcoal. Even Saint Children-level characters will find it hard to escape. The austere atmosphere spread, and people felt a chill in their hearts. If it was them, how could they face it? They most likely had no way to face the might of heaven's punishment alone. Hong! Yan Yunluan closed in, and sure enough, he brought tens of thousands of streaks of lightning with him, submerging Yifan. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening, and everyone thought that things were looking grim for him. Within the sea of lightning, silver snakes danced chaotically. Black light swam about, and scarlet multicolored light gushed out. All kinds of enormous streaks of lightning formed a world of heaven's punishment, destroying everything and breaking through all obstructions. Yan Yunluan sneered, using his powerful physique to resist the lightning tribulation. He stared at the center of the lightning, believing that Yifan couldn't hold on any longer and was about to turn into ashes. However, right at this time, his expression suddenly became sluggish. He saw Yifan walk out step by step, allowing the tens of thousands of streaks of lightning to descend on his body. He was completely fearless. Your heaven's punishment is still a bit lacking. Let the lightning storm come a bit more ferocious. Yifan said calmly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. When Yan Yunluan heard these words, his expression immediately changed. He felt that something wasn't right. The other party was actually unharmed. Could it be that he was also a monster that crossed the heaven's punishment? Ah! He released a loud roar, piercing through the sea of lightning and straight into the clouds. His head of black hair stood on end, dancing about chaotically. At this moment, an even greater heaven's punishment descended, and it was actually 5-colored lightning radiance. Yifan had a faint smile on his face. He stood in front of him, allowing the heaven's punishment to descend. He was completely fearless as he walked forward. The tens of thousands of streaks of lightning couldn't stop his footwork. Hong! Endless lightning radiance surged like a great river, as if a stellar domain was falling. It was a boundless expanse, swallowing Yifan within. Yan Yunluan himself felt a bit strained as he stared at the other side. However, not long after, Yifan walked out again. There wasn't a single scorch mark on his body. It's still not enough. The heaven's punishment is too weak. Let the lightning storm come a bit more ferocious. Yifan said. When Yan Yunluan heard these words, he was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This was heaven's punishment. Even holy child-level characters would have to suffer grievances if they entered. If it was too long, they would definitely be struck to death. However, there was a little overlord that he loathed incomparably, who relied on external objects. He was like an undying cockroach, continuously walking out from the sea of lightning, making the heaven's punishment ineffective. Yan Yunluan was furious. He didn't hold back at all, releasing the aura of his heaven's punishment. The heaven's punishment was like a sea, descending from all directions. Many Tao marks appeared, interweaving with the lightning radiance. However, after 6 or 7 great tribulations descended, Yifan still walked out from the sea of lightning, walking over step by step, extremely calm and unperturbed, not destroyed within. Little swallow, can you do it or not? Be a bit more ferocious, Yifan urged. Yan Yunluan was now truly furious. What was heaven's punishment? It destroyed all things in this world, summoned lightning punishment to destroy the enemy. Yet in the end, he was ridiculed like this, a single little swallow making his fiery hat 3 zhang tall. Dang! A bell sound rang through the sea of lightning. A great bell formed from dark light vaguely took form, releasing exceptionally terrifying thunder sounds. What is that? Yan Yunluan used a strand of his own divine will to enter the sea of lightning, controlling the lightning, forming a lightning tribulation divine bell. There wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This bell was extremely indistinct, but it had a set scale. 10,000 streaks of lightning interweaved, lightly shaking, destroying all things. Dang! The great bell formed from dark light and lightning radiance lightly trembled. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning radiance rushed out, all of them descending, landing at Yi Fan's side. Then, dark light appeared in tens of thousands of streaks, submerging him like a raging sea. Outsiders couldn't see anything, only an expanse of blazing lightning radiance. Enter the heavenly tribulation, be used by me. Everyone was horrified. This was the first time they saw this type of method. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. When this type of trump card was used against the enemy, it was simply a fatal blow. Yi Fan also felt a wave of shock. Turns out heavenly tribulation could be guided over like this. It was a bit mysterious after all. It made him feel a bit moved and enlightened. This bell was unordinary after all. With a shake, heaven and earth shattered, its form becoming more and more clear. Yi Fan's palms slapped outwards, and with a loud dang sound, bell waves wreaking havoc. In the distance, large amounts of barren mountains were like paper, unable to take a single blow. They collapsed and sank, completely destroyed, no longer existing. Lightning as form, natural laws as spirit. This type of great bell can destroy all things. Many people sighed in admiration. Wang! The great bell trembled, falling down, submerging Yi Fan within, covering him below. His figure couldn't be seen anymore. Yan Yunluan's methods are heaven-defying, activating the lightning tribulation divine bell, almost able to sweep through the younger generation. Who can break through it? Unfortunately, heavenly tribulation can't happen often. Rumor has it that the Eastern Wastelands monster is also proficient in using heavenly tribulation to destroy enemies. I wonder how the two will compare. There are only some rumors about that Eastern Wastelands monster. The distance is too great, so there is no way to understand him. Yan Yunluan is right before our eyes. Yet he even produced the lightning tribulation divine bell. Unimaginable. Dang! A bell sound rang through heaven and earth. Large amounts of barren mountains collapsed. Yi Fan walked out again. That lightning tribulation divine bell had been blasted apart by his bare hands. Yan Yunluan almost coughed out blood. Heavenly tribulation, this type of fatal blow, actually couldn't do anything to this little suzerain, leaving him about to go crazy. Yi Zhoutian still hasn't died. Appearing again. Everyone was shocked. Hong! Right at this time, heaven and earth became chaotic. 9-5 lightning tribulation, 5 elements heavenly tribulation, great een true tribulation, water and fire tribulation. All types of heavenly punishments covered heaven and earth, all of them hacking down. Everything within a range of several dozen li was submerged. Nothing could be seen. Those two figures were indistinct, unable to be seen clearly. They were both resisting the tribulation within the lightning radiance. Yan Yunluan is too terrifying, actually drawing down such a great heavenly tribulation. Even half-step experts wouldn't be able to withstand it. Worthy of being a monster, able to draw down such a terrifying heavenly punishment. Everyone cried out in alarm. There wasn't a single person who wasn't fearful. This type of enemy was too terrifying. If they provoked him, he would bring down a heavenly tribulation, and it would truly be difficult to contend against. Motherfucker! I didn't bring it down. This was what Yan Yunluan wanted to curse out the most at this moment. Pong! He was hacked until his entire body was scorched black, flying out several hundred zhang. However, he was quickly submerged by the water and fire tribulation again. Immediately afterwards, his entire body flowed with lightning radiance. He endured the intense pain and stood up from the void, but he was quickly blasted flying again. Something's not right. Yan Yunluan seems to have been blasted flying by his own lightning tribulation. Could it be that he is going to break through 2 cultivation realms, drawing down the most powerful heavenly punishment? Everyone discovered with shock that Yan Yunluan was in an extremely sorry state. He was sent flying, struck back and forth, seriously injured. This child is too daring. The heavenly tribulation he triggered most likely exceeded what he could endure. It seems like he really wants to break through 2 levels. Many people speculated like this. In the Sea of Lightning, Yan Yunluan even felt like crying. How was this the great heavenly tribulation he triggered? It was that bastard on the other side who was crossing tribulation. Only lightning radiance was endless, completely submerged. The outside world couldn't see anything at all. Chapter 577. The world was covered in a vast expanse of white. Silver snakes danced about chaotically and lightning radiance was everywhere like a vast ocean. It was many times more powerful than before. At this moment, Yan Yunluan felt like crying. Who was facing the tribulation? Why was everything the other way around? He had become a supporting character, accompanying Yi Fan to face the heavenly punishment. There wasn't just one dragon in the sky, but tens of thousands of them. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as a mountain ridge. They danced about in the air and were no different from dragons. At this moment, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the air. He was submerged in the sea of lightning, resisting the tribulation while capturing the Tao marks within. He was actually comprehending the Tao. Yan Yunluan gritted his teeth and used all of his strength to resist the lightning tribulation. His body had long since been covered in many charred marks, and he had suffered serious injuries. Whoosh! He soared into the sky and wanted to leave this place. He could tell that Yi Fan was using him to attract the tribulation to break through here. He was just accompanying the crown prince. I can't take this. This was what he was thinking. He had seen freaks before, but he had never seen someone as freakish as this. Each bolt of lightning was thicker than a mountain ridge, and there were tens of thousands of them. Even half-step experts would be hacked to death if they came in. Yi Fan opened his eyes and pointed with his finger. A divine will shot out from between his brows and entered the sea of lightning, drawing down tens of thousands of bolts of lightning. In the air, a golden bell formed. It was completely condensed from golden lightning, and of course there were many patterns on it. These were the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Fan was moved and also formed a lightning tribulation divine bell. However, it was much more condensed than Yan Yunluan's. It was forged from the true sun tribulation, and golden light rushed into the heavens. The heavenly tribulation contained endless Tao marks, and they immediately imprinted themselves on it. The bell became more and more resplendent, and it became as tall as a small mountain. With a loud sound, the sound traveled hundreds of miles and suppressed Yan Yunluan. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. It was grand, harmonious, and profound. It was like the ringing of a great bell, and the world became peaceful. However, the lightning became even more intense. This was especially the case within the bell. Yan Yunluan was struck by the lightning, and his body released white smoke. He was almost hacked to pieces, and his entire body was in intense pain. Yan Yun's reputation is well-deserved, truly a genius of a generation. In this type of situation, he produced another lightning tribulation divine bell, even more so than before, using this to protect himself. This child's methods are heaven-defying. This lightning tribulation divine bell has the marks of the heavens imprinted on it, and the patterns are endless. It even reflects the laws that appeared in the sea of lightning. Everyone sighed in admiration. They all thought that this was a lightning tribulation divine bell to Yan Yunluan to protect himself. Yan Yunluan really was about to cry. None of this had anything to do with him. He was suppressed by the great bell and was about to die. Endless lightning radiance surrounded his body, and he couldn't stop it at all. Dang! The great bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner, ringing through heaven and earth. Everyone released another wave of praise. However, Yan Yunluan inside the divine bell was dispirited and listless, as if he was about to be roasted alive. That's fine as well. I'll leave him half dead and half alive. Let others think that he is facing tribulation. Meanwhile, I can peacefully break through here. Yi Fan made his decision, making this type of decision. Yi Fan sat in the sea of lightning. His back was like a dragon, continuously releasing essence energy. The great vertebra was even about to fly out. This was the sign of dragon transformation. This secret realm was extremely fitting of its name. A great dragon was nurtured within the body, taking form. Meanwhile, the great dragon in the human body was precisely the vertebra, and all of one's power depended on it. A dragon cry sounded. Yifan's body released pi-pa sounds. His entire vertebra was resplendent like gold, every single great bone moving, as if a barbaric dragon was reviving. The dragon tribulation finally descended. It wasn't as great as he had imagined, not much different from before. However, Yifan still felt a horrifying aura. 9981 heavenly dragons rushed over. This wasn't just similar, but completely identical. The dragon-shaped lightning seemed to have a life of its own, releasing dragon cries as it threw itself over. Pong pong. Yifan opened his eyes and sat in the air, resisting the heavenly dragons. In a split second, his flesh was lacerated. Although it wasn't the boundless sea of lightning, it was even more terrifying. Great Dragon Tribulation. This stage of dragon transformation is so difficult. Yifan's heart was pounding. He was already half a step into dragon transformation and had already taken one step into it. However, with the arrival of the tribulation, he finally understood how difficult it was. 81 heavenly dragons were vivid and lifelike, coiling in the air. The heads of the dragons were facing him, as if they had existed since time immemorial, emitting a mysterious and demonic aura. No one knew how many years had it been since such a tribulation had appeared. People had always thought that it was only a legend, but today Yifan had personally experienced it. In the distance, the boundless sea of lightning surged, but it didn't dare to approach this place. All of the lightning seemed to have a spirit, incomparably fearful of these 81 heavenly dragons. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the Great Dragon Tribulation was extremely mysterious. It was imprinted in the sea of lightning by the blood of the ancient heavenly dragons, nourishing it into a great tribulation. Yifan had long expected that when breaking through the stage of the Great Mystery Area, the heavenly punishment would be very unusual. However, he didn't expect that it would be the Great Dragon Tribulation that had been passed down since ancient times. 81 heavenly dragons coiled around, forcing the sea of lightning to retreat, leaving behind a vacuum, trapping him within. Roar! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, spreading throughout the land. The first ancient heavenly dragon rushed over, no longer probing attacks like before. At this moment, the dragon's head was like a mountain, and its horns were like sacred weapons. It directly crashed over. With that kind of momentum, it really wanted to slaughter even the immortals, pressing forward with indomitable will. Yifan had no way to avoid this. This was a tribulation, and he had to face it. There was no use running away. He had to withstand it, otherwise, he would only be turned into ashes. Boom! Both of his fists were dripping with blood, and electric arcs were circling around him as he clashed with the dragon. The entire sky trembled, unable to withstand this kind of pressure. Did you guys hear that? There's a dragon roar coming out. Those people in the distant sky were astonished. Their eyes couldn't penetrate the sea of lightning, and they couldn't see the scene in the center. They all revealed suspicious expressions. Yan Yunluan is indeed amazing. Is he crossing the tribulation? With the dragon roar accompanying him, he can most likely break through 2 realms in one go. Even now, there were still some people sighing in admiration. They didn't know that the person crossing the tribulation had already changed the main character. At this moment, Yan Yunluan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His whole body was scorched, and he was about to be roasted. It was truly unbearable to be trapped inside the Thunder Tribulation Divine Bell. Fortunately, this time's tribulation was extraordinary. It was as if it had a divine soul, almost draining the power of the Sea of Lightning and producing 81 heavenly dragons to deal with Yifan. Otherwise, Yan Yunluan would have already been turned into ashes. In this short instant, Yifan and the 6 heavenly dragons were fighting. The thunder tribulation came down, and all the bones in his body were cracking. How powerful was his physical body? If it was someone else, they would have long become bone dregs. Dragon transformation. Yifan gradually found a way and found a chance of survival in a hopeless situation. He tried his best to break into the dragon transformation secret realm. His spine turned into a golden divine dragon and swallowed the heavenly dragon's essence energy. Pi pi pa pa. The sound in the void was incessant. The 81 heavenly dragons coiled around and swallowed the essence energy. However, they were all gathered by his spine and tempered into golden bones. The joints were constantly moving. Dang. Yifan took out the myriad chi cauldron again and crossed the tribulation with him. The 81 heavenly dragons were almost all sucked in, and the aura of the birth of all living things circulated. He had already discovered that it was impossible to destroy these 81 heavenly dragons. However, there was also a chance of survival in a hopeless situation. He only needed to exhaust their essence energy and cross the tribulation to strengthen himself. At this moment, Yifan's hands were moving. His hands embraced the moon and pushed the mountain, forming the Taiji. Not long after, he imitated the 10,000 transformation sacred art that Hua Yunfei had used before. He wanted to turn the 81 heavenly dragons into ordinary ones. He couldn't erase them and could only dissolve them. All the bones in his body were about to be broken. There were explosive sounds from the 81 heavenly dragons, and the joints were moving non-stop. Dang! On the other side, Yen Yunluan finally broke through the thunder tribulation divine bell and rushed out. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, Yifan took action again. He drew down an expanse of lightning that contained the aura of the heavenly dragons. It turned into a 9-layered pagoda and suppressed him inside. In this hurried glance, Yen Yunluan's heart was greatly shaken. He almost didn't dare to believe his own eyes. The 81 heavenly dragons soared through the sky and swallowed the primal chaos. The scene was terrifying as they surrounded Yifan. Could this be the legendary Great Dragon Tribulation? He didn't have time to think about it in detail, and he didn't even have time to look carefully before he was suppressed by the Thunder Tribulation Divine Pagoda. In this sea of lightning, even the arrival of powerful existences wouldn't be enough. Yifan was the absolute ruler, let alone him. Did you guys see? After that bell was destroyed, Yen Yunluan formed a Thunder Tribulation Divine Pagoda. He is skillfully handling the heavenly tribulation. He is worthy of being called a monster. I wonder how Yi Zhoutian is doing. He was sealed in the center of the Sea of Lightning. I fear that his body and soul have long been destroyed. At this time, at the center of the Sea of Lightning, a strange transformation happened. Yifan discovered with shock that the 81 heavenly dragons became much quieter, no longer as berserk. However, he seemed to have entered a different world. A true dragon ancient platform rose and fell. It was also formed from lightning, and it also possessed the aura of a true dragon. Apart from this, there was a palace that descended from the sky, pressing down on the sky above his head. Pavilions and halls appeared in all directions, all of them formed from interweaving lightning. What is this? Yifan was quite shocked. In his surroundings, it was as if an ancient heaven appeared, releasing an ancient and great change. It was as if it had experienced endless years, tens of millions of years. Lightning interweaved to form this type of building. Yifan was almost stupefied. It really was like a heavenly palace with 81 heavenly dragons spiraling above. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? How come I have never heard of it? He was shocked. Suddenly, he was shocked. In this ancient heaven, there were actually a few humanoid creatures, no, perhaps it should be called humanoid lightning, looking down at him from above. One of the humanoid creatures gently moved, and a huge black hole appeared. One could imagine what kind of power it contained. That is also a heavenly punishment. A humanoid lightning tribulation? He felt his blood run cold. If he faced it now, he wouldn't be able to block it even if he was dozens of times stronger. Fortunately, the humanoid creatures in that ancient heaven hadn't descended yet. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Could that be the heavenly tribulation I will have to face in the future? Yifan was suspicious, but he couldn't think too much about it. The 81 heavenly dragons and the dragon platform rose and fell, pressing down on him. Boom! He tried his best to resist, and his physical body was almost smashed to pieces many times. His spine turned into a dragon, making creaking sounds. The myriad chi cauldron was also branded with dragon marks, and his consciousness also rushed out to refine it. In the end, he went through all 81 heavenly dragon tribulations. Yifan's body and soul were almost destroyed, but he managed to endure it. The 81 heavenly dragons flew into the Thunder Sea and disappeared. Damn! I remember now. The Great Dragon Tribulation has a time limit. It will be enough if I can withstand 9 heavenly dragons. Yifan was a little dumbfounded. He had actually completed a magnificent feat of withstanding 81 heavenly dragons in a row. It was almost unprecedented. Apart from a few great emperors, there weren't many people who could do it. Without a doubt, he had broken into the dragon transformation secret realm. His spine was like a dragon that had come back to life. It possessed endless power, and with a slight movement, it could collapse the void. Dragon transformation, first great completion. Yifan was shocked. After passing the Thunder Tribulation, not only did he cross the hurdle from 4 extremities to dragon transformation, but he also almost became a dragon transformation second great expert. One had to know that he did not cultivate the ancient scriptures of the dragon transformation secret realm. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for him to cross the next level. All of these were the benefits of the Great Dragon Tribulation. Yifan sat in the void and drank a few mouthfuls of divine spring water. He quickly recovered and reached the peak in an instant. He could feel an incomparable power. This was the power of a dragon transformation expert. He had finally reached this level, and he was much stronger than before. Every move he made could break the heavens. The heavenly tribulation retreated, the sea of lightning scattering. Yifan changed into a new set of clothes and stood up. Right now, he was full of vitality. His eyes were deep, his skin sparkling, flickering with precious light, bright and flawless. On the other side, the Thunder Tribulation Divine Pagoda cracked, and Yen Yunluan fell out. His body was emitting green smoke, and he was almost cooked. Oh my God! What happened? Yi Zhoutian is safe and sound, and Yen Yunluan is about to die. What's going on? Yen Yunluan attracted the Thunder Tribulation but failed to kill his opponent? Everyone was dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were still exclaiming for Yen Yunluan, but now they were all dumbfounded. This guy is too evil. Ji Ziyue murmured in the distance. Her big eyes had already turned into crescent moons. Her long eyelashes trembled, and small dimples appeared on her face. Ji Haoyue was also speechless. The siblings knew the ins and outs of the situation. He mourned for Yen Yunluan. His battle prowess was enough, so why did he have to choose the Thunder Tribulation? Little Yen is cooked. He's about to become a roast duck. On the other side, Jiang Huiran, Li Heishui, and Lu Ko gathered together. They chattered and laughed at the same time. How could this be? Qi Huishui's mouth was wide open. She felt that it was inconceivable. Did the Thunder Tribulation strike the wrong person? Why did the person fall down and another person come out alive and kicking? He even struck himself half to death during the Thunder Tribulation. His skin isn't even as thick as that wild dragon I ate. The barbarian murmured. As soon as these words came out, the people beside him immediately distanced themselves by several dozen zhang. This was a humanoid beast. If it was a competition of skin thickness, anyone would feel apprehensive, not even a monster. He's safe and sound. Princess Yudai also came. Her beautiful jade-like face was a bit surprised, and her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. The scene was silent. After a long time, it suddenly flared up. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Who can tell me what happened? Who exactly is undergoing the Thunder Tribulation? Why was Yen Yunluan almost struck to death? How did another person come out alive and kicking? Many people found it hard to accept. They were just praising Yen Yunluan, but in the blink of an eye, their jaws dropped. Chapter 578. Chaotic Cloud Swallow had attracted the boundless heavenly tribulation but failed to break through. He was half crippled, and his essence chi was greatly damaged. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? This result shocked everyone to the point that their jaws dropped to the ground. Everyone was stunned, speechless. The main character was about to be struck to death by the heavenly punishment he had drawn, but the opponent walked out alive and well. He was full of energy, as if he had drunk dragon blood. Yan Yunluan's entire body was charred black as he lay there weakly. Occasionally, electricity would rush out of his body, giving off crackling sounds. However, the other person was calm and unruffled, waving at the crowd. This was a scene that made people speechless. Everything seemed to have been reversed. Many people opened their mouths, but in the end, nothing came out. This was too much of a blow. The first thing that came to Yifan's mind was to get rid of Yan Yunluan. However, even if that was the case, the others would already have their suspicions. The main character was half dead, but Yan Yunluan looked as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. All the pores on his body were relaxed, and he was full of energy. The great earth was a scene of desolation. Broken mountains, great rifts, and deep abysses were everywhere. The lightning tribulation had destroyed this desolate mountain range, turning it into a barren land. In the end, Yifan still extended his right hand and wanted to behead Yan Yunluan. Although he was in front of everyone's eyes, he did not have any fear. At worst, he would just leave and change his appearance. An auspicious cloud floated over, golden Taoist robes fluttering about. An elder appeared with his hands behind his back, as if he was going to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. He stopped Yifan. "Have mercy," the elder spoke, saving Yan Yunluan. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His spirit was hale and hearty, and one could tell with a single look that his cultivation was at the peak. Yifan knew him. They had met at the Feast of Peaches. The old man had even invited him to join the Qishir Manor, but he had declined. Now that such a person had appeared, it was naturally not appropriate for him to make a move. "I see that you have an extraordinary bearing. Would you like to join the Qishir Mansion?" "Thank you, Senior. I appreciate your kindness, but I am used to being lazy. I am afraid that I will break the rules of the Qishir Mansion every day." Yifan smiled. In the distance, everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who refused the invitation of the Qishir Manor. Even though it was tactful, it had the same effect. What kind of background does he have that even the Qishir Manor is disdainful to enter? When has anyone ever refused? That's true. Didn't that monster from the Eastern Barren Territory not come? He also tactfully declined. Yan Yunluan suffered a crushing defeat and was almost struck to death by his own lightning tribulation. This news shook the entire Singular Warrior Manor. Those who didn't come to watch the battle were all shocked and regretful. There was actually such a neighbor beside the Qishir Manor. The name of the little overlord spread throughout the ancient Immortal Mountains. The young experts of the 5 major regions were all very surprised. At this time, a great upheaval had occurred in the Immortal Mansion world. The barbaric Beast King had commanded hundreds of thousands of strange beasts to wreak havoc like a flood. Many people had held on to hope and hadn't retreated, so they encountered a great calamity. During these past few days, blood dyed the stone cliffs and caves red. Many human cultivators lost their lives, becoming food for the strange beasts. The casualties were disastrous. Conservatively speaking, 90% of those who didn't retreat were devoured by the exotic beasts. Not even their bones were left. Hundreds of thousands of strange beasts appeared without end. They were like an expanse of dark clouds, yet also like a flood that overflowed into the heavens. Wherever they passed, all experts would have to withdraw, leaving nothing behind. At this time, no one dared to enter. Even the peerless emperor could only wait. The chaos of the strange beasts could endanger everyone. During these past few days, all the major powers held urgent discussions. The next time they entered the Immortal Mansion world, no one was allowed to hunt strange beasts. They absolutely could not provoke them. This time, the barbaric Beast King was furious. He had massacred the human cultivators, mainly because many people had captured the young of strange beasts and used their true blood to refine medicine. This was a great taboo. During these past few days, many people appeared in Yifan's territory. They were all disciples of the singular warrior manner. They had all heard of his reputation and wanted to see what kind of divine being this little overlord was. However, not a single person came riding a spirit beast. Many people had long since heard that this person loved to eat spirit beasts. He had even eaten Chi Huanshui's longma. Temporarily unable to enter the immortal mansion world, Yifan was extremely bored. He wandered around and unexpectedly discovered an immortal cliff in a neighboring territory. Many cultivators were roaming about. Among them, many were disciples of the singular warrior manner. They came here to exchange for what they needed. It was similar to a market for cultivators. This immortal cliff was over 1,000 zhang tall and abnormally steep. Mortals couldn't climb up at all. Not a single blade of grass grew here. The cliff was very vast, and all who went in and out were cultivators. This place was very extraordinary. It had existed for countless years. It was said that every time the singular warrior manor opened, this place would become a place for free exchange. It was extremely ancient. Yifan felt that this was very novel. He walked all around. There were pavilions made of jade, and all kinds of divine weapons and sharp blades hung from them. There were also stalls directly set up to sell all kinds of spirit medicines and ancient treasures. Finally, Yifan stopped in front of an old blind man. There was only a tattered straw mat on the ground, and on top of it were several dark and swarthy stones. Dragon marrow stones, peerless treasures. Don't miss out on them. The old blind man did his best to peddle them. How much origin source for one? Yifan squatted down and looked carefully. He weighed the stones in his hands a few times. 1,000 kilograms of origin source for one. Honest and fair price, the old blind man replied. He was wearing tattered clothes, but he was asking for an exorbitant price. Is this a special person? Yifan was shocked. He used his origin god eye to see through these stones. In the end, he threw them all on the ground and said, "You must have fished them out of the river not long ago, right?" 4 or 5 days ago. The old blind man didn't feel embarrassed at all. He raised his butt and took 2 steps forward. He said mysteriously, "Little brother, let me tell you, I really do have treasures here. I don't know if you can afford them." Yifan's heart jumped. He found a stone under the old liar's butt. It was still dark and swarthy, but it contained a few drops of dragon marrow. "I'll buy them." He took out a xenogenic origin source that was worth 5,000 kilograms of pure origin source. The old blind man sat down on the stone and said, "Okay, but don't tell anyone." He took out a map and handed it over. Yifan was speechless. This old man was definitely doing this on purpose. He had revealed his treasures, but what he was selling was something else. He didn't need some stupid map at all. "I want to buy the black stone under your butt." "Oh, you mean this? I just fished it out of the river not long ago. It's quite comfortable to sit on. I'm not selling it." Yifan resisted the urge to rob him and asked, "What map are you selling?" Lower your voice. If people find out, they'll fight over it. "This is an immortal burial map," the old blind man said mysteriously. He unfolded a crumpled map and placed it on the straw mat. "Do you see this? This is a treasure map of the immortal mansion world. It contains the mysteries of the great emperor's ancient scriptures." Yifan squatted in front of the straw mat and looked at it carefully. He was a bit surprised. He had entered and exited some of these places before. They were very accurate. "Do you see this? There's a skull mark here. You definitely can't go there or you'll die without a doubt. Also, there's an immortal mark here. Do you know what this is? It's the place where the great emperor passed away in meditation. There's an ancient scripture there," the old blind man said mysteriously. "Aren't you blind? How can you tell me?" Yifan rolled his eyes. This old liar was lying through his teeth. "I've cultivated the heavenly eye. Naturally, I can see it." The old man was very natural and didn't blush at all. Yifan stood up. He didn't want to argue with him anymore. This was an old liar. How could he fall for it? "Let me tell you, if you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. This map contains the secrets of the great emperor scripture. It might also be the Wuxia scripture or the undying heaven art. Take the map and find it yourself. Young man, don't be in a hurry to leave. How about this? You can go and verify it first. See if I'm telling the truth or not, then come back and buy the map. The old liar pointed at a location on the map. There was also a mark on it, but it was very blurry. He said, although this place can't be considered an immortal land, a saint passed away here. It's very suitable for comprehending the Tao. Yifan was startled. That place was the place where the ancient saint transformed into the Tao. Even the small blue lake and the straight stone mountain were marked. He looked at this old liar strangely. Could it be that this guy was really selling the immortal burial map? Not to mention the other places that were marked, just this place of transforming into the Tao was very ordinary. How much is this map? 5,000 kilograms of pure source. Why don't you go rob someone? Yifan really wanted to do something disrespectful to him. This is even at a discount. Otherwise, I was planning to sell it for 50,000 kilograms of source. The old blind man was calm and unhurried. I'll buy 50 kilograms of pure source. Yifan said, how about this? Just give me 8,000 kilograms of source. Is it more than that? This map is only worth 100 kilograms of source. Young man, you have to be honest. 7,000 kilograms of source can't be any less. The two of them bickered endlessly. In the end, Yifan couldn't stand him anymore. He threw down 5,000 kilograms of source and left. I'll sell it to you cheaply this time. Come often in the future. The old blind man waved his hand behind him. I'll just take it as I've been tricked once. Yifan left without looking back. He found a place with no one around and began to study it carefully. The immortal burial ground was marked with an immortal ascending. It was located in the depths of the wild world and the terrain was complicated. It was a place that led to the heavens. There were actually blurry handwriting of the undying heavenly emperor, the southern mountains' heavenly emperor, the grand sovereign, and Wuxia. This old liar really dared to write it. Yifan looked at it for a while and then kept the map. He was prepared to take a closer look when he entered the immortal estate again. Not long after, he turned to a place not far from the old blind man's stall. This caused him to grit his teeth. This old fellow was very strange. It didn't take long for him to pull someone over. At first, those people were impatient, but very quickly, they all began to bargain with him to buy the map. Yifan patiently counted. In less than an hour, he had already sold over 10 immortal burial maps. The cheapest one was sold for 500 kilograms of source, and the most expensive one was sold for 5,000 kilograms. This old liar, this kind of map has already been mass-produced to such a degree. Yifan completely discovered that there was a thick stack of no less than 1,000 maps under the straw mat. Every map was old and looked tattered. They looked very ancient and really had a trace of the immortal burial map. This old liar put a few broken stones there. He's really selling dog meat under a sheep's head. In such a short period of time, he has already earned tens of thousands of kilograms of source. When the old liar sold 30 maps, there was suddenly a huge commotion. The people from the Great Xia Empire came, and there was actually a supreme expert among them. The old blind man rolled up the tattered straw mat and ran. He directly jumped down the immortal cliff and disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? He actually sold this kind of secret map in public. Who exactly is he? The imperial uncle of the Great Xia Empire was very angry. Yifan was shocked. He clenched the ancient map in his hand tightly. This might really be an immortal burial map. That old liar was really somewhat mysterious. Chapter 579. The old swindler was very slippery, diving down the cliff and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Many people from the Grand Xia Empire had come. The leader wore a crown of 9 dragons and a purple dragon robe. He looked quite heroic, draconic chi swirling around his body. His powerful divine sense swept over the cliff, but he didn't see anything. Where is he? The Grand Xia Imperial Uncle's face sank. Where did you buy the immortal burial map? One of the commander-like figures pushed out a cultivator who had bought an old map. He was here just now. The person trembled as he walked over to where the blind old man had been sitting and picked up a few cobblestones. He sold these too, 500 kilograms each. This cliff was very wide, and many cultivators came and went. There were simple stalls as well as beautiful jade palaces. Everyone was alarmed and looked over. He can't have run far. Chase him. The Grand Xia imperial uncle was the first to jump down the cliff and chase in a certain direction. The others also moved. What's going on? What happened? The people from the central prefecture's 4 eternal empires have come. How unexpected. Just now, there was an old blind man selling the immortal burial map. Not long after, everyone on the cliff knew what had happened. The map that the blind old man had sold had shaken the people of the Grand Xia Empire. It's a real map, not a fake. People discovered to their shock that this was a secret map that had been circulated for some reason. Currently, only a few superpowers seem to have it. I understand. Maybe there really is an ancient scripture left behind by the Grand Emperor. That's why the people of the Grand Xia Empire are so nervous. That's their ancestor. Recently, all sorts of people had entered and exited the immortal burial world, exploring many secret areas. However, it was still very difficult to draw a secret map like this. It must have taken a lot of effort. Someone discovered the place where the ancient emperor died in meditation. The next time we enter the immortal burial world, it will definitely be incomparably tragic. Many people will fight over it. However, people quickly realized that that place was most likely extremely dangerous. Otherwise, why would they need to bring the map out? They could just directly take away everything the ancient emperor had left behind. The cliff was in chaos. No one could calm down. This was a shocking immortal burial ground. There would most likely be ancient scriptures and even holy weapons. Where did the blind old man go? Who bought his map just now? On top of the cliff, everyone was searching. Just now, there were more than 30 people who bought the map. Now, they all ran away, feeling that it was too much of a pity. Yifan put away the immortal burial map and strolled around the free market. He wondered what kind of background this old blind man had to sell 1,000 of these treasure maps. Only after 4 hours did the place return to normal. There was no need to think too much about it. This matter could not be hidden. There would definitely be many people thinking of ways to obtain the immortal burial diagram. Isn't that Xiao Mingyuan? Yifan saw a familiar person, the grandson of Grand Preceptor Xiao of Anping country, who came from the same dynasty as Princess Yu Dai. Yifan's fief originally belonged to the Xiao clan, but Xiao Mingyuan had laid a trap for him. He used the place where the ancient emperor built his cottage in his later years as bait, hoping that he would lose his life in the desolate cottage. That bastard! Yifan did not go over. He squatted in front of a stall, fiddling with a caged spirit beast while sizing up a few people nearby. There were several experts by Xiao Mingyuan's side, constantly inquiring about the blind old man. Clearly, they had come for the immortal burial diagram and wanted a share of the spoils. It seems that once the Beast King rampage in the immortal mansion world stops, there will definitely be a rain of blood and foul winds. The ancient emperor's divine stash will attract countless experts. Yifan pondered for a long time. At this time, he vaguely heard Xiao Mingyuan mention his name and Lu City. It seemed that this person was still thinking about him. Not long after, those people left. Yifan looked at their backs and smiled coldly, not paying them much attention. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation secret realm and had grasped the Rho formula, he had nothing to fear. Treasure-seeking rat. A genuine treasure-seeking spirit beast. I'll sell it for 2,500 kilograms of source. In front of a stall, a middle-aged man was sitting on the ground. A small metal cage contained a small rat that flowed with multicolored light. Many people crowded over, clicking their tongues in wonder. However, one of them sneered coldly and said, "He's here to scam people again. He fed a few wild rats with spirit herbs, and he dares to pretend to be a treasure-seeking rat? That's right. The day before yesterday, he sold 18 of them in a single day. A treasure-seeking rat might not even be born in thousands of years. How could he sell so many of them all at once? In this place, people are willing to be beaten, and buying and selling is all voluntary. Everyone be careful. Don't fall for his tricks." Many people were discussing and pointing at them. Yifan was speechless. There were so many scammers in this place. Although that blind old man had sold the immortal burial diagram, he did not seem like a good person. Suddenly, Yifan was startled. He had seen an old friend. Duan swayed his big butt, squeezing the people beside him to the side. He arrived in front of the stall and squatted down. This rat, why is it so shifty-eyed? How refreshing. Isn't a rat shifty-eyed? The middle-aged man at the stall rolled his eyes. When Yifan saw Duanda, he couldn't help but grin. A few days ago, he had stripped this fatty naked and taken away a pile of treasures. Now that they met again, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, in the end, he could only twitch his mouth and suppress this impulse. However, his cheeks were sore because of this. I'm saying that this rat's eyes are too shifty. It doesn't look like a treasure-seeking rat, but more like a rat spirit. Duanda shook his head. Those who know what's good will definitely buy it. Yesterday, those people all fought to buy it. Now only this one is left. The middle-aged man was unhurried. You've really gotten addicted to scamming people. If this thing was a treasure-seeking rat, would you be willing to sell it? Someone said with disdain. I won't lie. Who would sell a real treasure-seeking rat with 5,000 kilograms of source? No one would sell it even if it was 10 times or 100 times. The middle-aged man was calm and unruffled. He said, this is a descendant of the treasure-seeking rat. If you raise it well, maybe in 1,000 years, a god rat will be born. In 1,000 years, there won't be a god rat. Duanda threw down a few xenogenic sources and said, I'm buying it. I have other uses for it. What is this fatty going to do? Yifan was suspicious. He thought he was going to take the celestial graveyard. After walking around the cliff for half a day, Yifan left. He returned to Lu City and descended. Boom! Suddenly, an endless amount of murderous intent rushed up. The entire city was shining. All the spell patterns were activated, and an infinite amount of sword lights swept towards him. Yifan was shocked. Someone had taken control of Lu City and made all the ancient spell patterns appear on the walls. They wanted to kill him, the city master. Swoosh! He was like a ray of light. After many disillusionments, he rushed out. He wasn't trapped, and he wasn't pierced by the sword lights. All of this was because of the magic of the travel formula. Otherwise, if a half-step elite came and couldn't break through the spell patterns of the ancient city, it wouldn't bode well for them. Who is it? Yifan stood in the sky and looked down at everything in Lu City. This kid has reached the dragon transformation secret realm. His cultivation is rising fast. A middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared on the city wall. So you're the one who robbed my Shao family's city and injured my Shao family's disciples? Another person stood out with a cold smile on his face. Yifan's expression was calm. He recognized them. He had seen them before. Not long ago, he had been with Shao Mingyuan. He didn't need to say anything to understand what was going on. What are you talking about? Kill him. We still have to find the celestial graveyard map. This is my city. You guys barged in and attacked me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yifan said calmly. Who do you think you are? This city has belonged to the Shao family since ancient times. We just let you stay for 2 days. We will take it back after we kill you. Another person glanced at him with disdain. Do you really want to eat me up like this? Yifan stared at them. 2 of them were Tier 6 Dragon Transformation experts, 3 were Tier 7 Dragon Transformation experts, and the last 2 were Tier 8 Dragon Transformation experts. One of them said calmly without any emotion. You hurt my Shao family's children and still dare to stay here for so long. You don't know what's good for you. We will take the city. Kneel and kowtow to ask for forgiveness. We won't make things difficult for you. We will just chop off your head. We won't let you suffer. The 7 of them flew out of the ancient city, pressing forward step by step. They did not underestimate him. These 7 experts attacked together, wanting to kill him in an instant. Yifan did not say anything more. His hands were overflowing with colors. He held the Thousand Slayers' bow and stood there. At this moment, he continuously activated the secret of all. After dozens of times, he finally succeeded. He increased his combat power tenfold. The Thousand Slayers' bow shone brightly. The bowstring trembled slightly. A total of 3 arrows were shot out. They were extremely fast and rushed toward a Tier 6 dragon transformation expert. Clang! At first, there was a clanging sound of impact. But soon after, there was a scream. The arrows pierced through the ancient treasure and pierced into his body. None of the 3 arrows missed. They all pierced into his body. He could not block them at all. They were like dry weeds and rotten wood. Pooh! 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 3 flowers of blood bloomed. Then this person exploded with a boom. Bone fragments and minced meat splattered everywhere. His body and spirit were destroyed. What? The people at the side were shocked. They did not expect someone to die so quickly. Yifan laughed coldly. He did not need to use the secret of all to kill a cultivator of the 6th dragon transformation. Not to mention, his combat power had been increased tenfold. Don't you want to kill me? He held the Thousand Slayers' bow in his hand. His expression was cold. He continued to quickly draw the bow and shoot these people. Puff, puff. The next moment he shot 9 arrows consecutively. He also activated the secret of all. This time, a strong cultivator of the 7th dragon transformation was shot. He could not block the power of these divine arrows and was crushed on the spot. The expressions of the remaining people had long changed. They scattered in all directions. One by one, they took out their treasures and slashed at Yifan. The situation was extremely serious. They felt that things were not good. The young man in front of them was too decisive in killing people. He actually had such combat power. This made them feel a serious threat and their hearts were in chaos. Yifan's expression was cold. He used the traveling formula to dodge quickly. He then continuously drew his bow and shot arrows. This time he shot a total of 108 arrows. Among them, 18 had activated the secret of all. They were all shot toward a strong cultivator of the 8th dragon transformation. Dang, dang. The strong cultivator of the 8th dragon transformation was indeed powerful. He continuously blocked and destroyed many arrows. However, he could not destroy the 18 special arrows. He was in a sorry state. If Yifan had not advanced to the dragon transformation secret realm, it would have been difficult to kill him. However, things were different now. He drew his bow again. Another 18 divine arrows were successfully activated. The 36 special divine arrows were powerful enough to shake mountains. They contained an unparalleled divine power. Their killing intent soared to the sky. Each arrow was more than 10 miles long. It was extremely terrifying as they flew here and there. Puff, puff. Finally, the strong cultivator of the 8th dragon transformation could not block anymore. He was continuously hit by the arrows. He let out a blood-curdling scream and turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Not even a piece of bone was left. The others were all stunned. This was a strong cultivator of the 8th dragon transformation. How could he not be killed by Yifan so quickly? What kind of method was this? It was too abnormal. At this moment, the ancient treasures that they had taken out were all pierced by the divine arrows. They turned into dust. Not a single one was left. Go! Another strong cultivator of the 8th dragon transformation turned around and fled. The others were already frightened. They all fled, and no one dared to stop. Didn't you want to kill me? Since you're here, don't leave. Yifan's words were calm. He chased after them closely. Everyone quickly separated, but they still could not solve anything. They could not escape from the shadow of death. This was because Yifan had learned the Xing formula. His speed was unparalleled. They could not escape. Moreover, the arrows shot by the Thousand Slayers' bow could not stop until they hit their target. Puff! Flowers of blood bloomed. It was sad and beautiful. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Puff! Not long after, another beautiful flower flew out. Just as the scream was heard, it was extinguished again. Another person was torn into pieces. Along the way, Yifan killed all 7 of them. Not a single one escaped. He sneered. Carrying the Thousand Slayers' bow on his back, he flew straight to the Qishir Manor. He stood guard on a mountain peak outside. A day later, he finally saw Xiao Mingyuan again. There was actually a half-step expert beside him. However, Yi Fan did not retreat. He drew his bow and began to shoot. "Who is it?" The half-step expert was extremely vigilant. He immediately discovered him and quickly rushed over. "It's you, Yi Zhoutian." Xiao Mingyuan was shocked. He did not think that he would dare to do this. Running to the Qishir Manor to kill him was truly audacious. "That's right, it's me." Yi Fan used the Xing formula to avoid the half-step expert. He did not want to come into contact with him. After all, there was a great secret realm between them. "You really have guts to dare come here." Xiao Mingyuan naturally knew why he had come. However, he did not think that he would be so domineering. He directly killed his way to the Qishir Manor and shouted, "Sixth uncle, kill him, don't let him go." The half-step expert was furious. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. He could not catch up at all. There was no way to kill him. "Xiao Mingyuan, I'll send you on your way." Yi Fan did not waste any time. The 1,000 Slayers' bow trembled slightly. Divine rainbows shot out one after the other. A total of 49 arrows pierced through the void. The half-step expert was very powerful. Even though he was standing right in front of him, he could not stop him. The 49 arrows shot out like meteors in all directions. In the end, they converged at one point. Xiao Mingyuan. "No! Sixth uncle! Save me!" But it was too late. This was the terrifying part of the 1,000 Slayers' bow. Yi Fan had only recently figured it out. Once he locked onto his target, he did not need to shoot the arrow in a straight line to kill his enemy. Now, Yi Fan had entered the dragon transformation secret realm. Killing Xiao Mingyuan naturally did not require much effort. Shooting all 49 arrows at once was like carving his name in the book of life and death. Eft. Ah. Xiao Mingyuan only had time to let out a miserable scream before he was torn apart by the divine arrows. His body turned into mud and then into mist. He died a violent death. Chapter 580. Xiao Mingyuan screamed miserably. His head, limbs, and body immediately shattered. Blood flowed, and in the end, not even a bone was left. He completely disappeared from this world. He had never expected that Yi Fan would be so powerful and dangerous. After being ambushed in Lu City, Yi Fan had directly rushed to the Qishir Manor to kill him, decisive and fierce. Mingyuan, the half-step expert of the Xiao family, cried out in shock. Seeing this scene, he was powerless. No matter how powerful he was, he had no way of reviving a dead person. Immediately afterwards, his face fell ashen, expression sinister. He was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour a human as he threw himself at Yi Fan. His large hand shook, and then a purple copper 8 trigrams furnace appeared. It was 1,000 zhang tall, the sky dome even collapsing. Dong! The copper 8 trigrams furnace was as large as a mountain, towering into the sky, filling up half the sky. Purple gold flowed, and the metallic luster was cold. The pressure made it hard for people to breathe, almost suffocating. Junior, hand over your life. The half-step expert of the Xiao family, Xiao Ji, roared. He was truly angry now. He could only watch as his nephew was shot to death, but he couldn't stop it in time. Boom! Endless flames rushed out. The purple gold 8 trigrams furnace was thousands of meters tall, and the aura it emitted was like an abyss, boundless and boundless. It spewed out purple flames, drowning out half the sky. Yi Fan didn't linger here. This was a half-step expert, and the difference between their cultivation levels was too great. There was a great secret realm between them, and he didn't want to fight to the death. He activated the aspect technique and left. Little Yi, where are you going? Xiaoji shouted, chasing closely. But what made him dumbfounded was that Yi Fan only swayed slightly, and he was thrown out who knew how many mountain ridges. He felt a sense of helplessness. How could he chase? If he followed behind, he wouldn't even be able to eat the dust. 8 days later, news came that the beast riots in the Immortal Mansion world had calmed, and peace was restored. Who knew how many powerful cultivators would enter? In these few days, the price of the Immortal Burial Diagram had skyrocketed. At its most expensive, it had reached 50,000 kilograms of origin source each. Yifan took the opportunity to make 7 or 8 copies, and each one was sold for 30,000 kilograms. Unfortunately, the immortal burial diagrams were everywhere. In the end, almost everyone had one, and no one was willing to be the spendthrift. This also meant that the immortal estate world was about to experience a storm of blood. There were at least a dozen entrances to the primal ancient space in the Central Plains. Many major forces had come, all of them wanted a piece of the pie. Yifan then arrived at the adjacent immortal cliff, and began to trade for some necessities in this free market, which he would use when he entered the immortal estate world. Not long after, he was startled to see Duanda and the barbarian walking together. The two of them meeting was very funny. Duanda greeted him with a smile and tried his best to rope him in, as if he wanted to discuss something. On the other hand, Dongfang Yi was on high alert. He mistakenly thought that the matter of robbing Fatty had been exposed. We had some misunderstandings before. I just wanted to take a look at that mace. Fatty Duan dawdled as he pulled Duan Ling Tian's hand intimately. Dongfang Yi had a strange expression on his face. He had stripped Duanda naked with his own hands, so he felt uneasy when he saw the fatty. The fatty seemed to be trying to rope him in and did not notice anything. What do you want to do? The barbarian waved his mace. Duanda lowered his stance and actually wanted to rope in the barbarian to explore the immortal graveyard together. Dongfang Yi was completely relieved. This had nothing to do with what happened last time. Yifan, who was not too far away, wanted to laugh. This fatty was looking for a helper, and he ended up looking for that barbarian. It was quite comical. Is it enough for me alone? How about I find a few more people? Dongfang Yi said. Fatty Duan rubbed his hands and nodded. That would be great. We need powerful people, but not those so-called half-step almighty ones. If we bring them along, it will be very difficult for us to lead. Hey, Brother Yi, you're here too. Dongfang Ye's eyes were sharp, and he discovered Yifan. He waved at him and called him over. Who is this? Fatty Duan squinted his eyes and sized up Yifan. He's Yi Zhaotian. He defeated many disciples of the extraordinary warrior manner. Yan Yunluan also became stupid because of him, and now he's half dead. You're that overlord who specializes in eating spirit beasts. Duanda covered the small iron cage he was carrying with one hand. There was a mouse flowing with multicolored light inside. Yifan really wanted to kick him. This damn fatty was too despicable. Did he think he would eat this spirit mouse? Don't stare. This divine mouse can't be eaten. It has great use for exploring the immortal graveyard. Duanda warned him. This bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. Yifan cursed silently. He rolled his eyes and said, Don't worry. I'd rather eat you than eat it. We're still a bit lacking in manpower. We should bring a few more experts. Of course, it would be best if they were all monstrous geniuses, Fatty Duan said. They set off on the same day because there really was no time to waste. All the major forces had entered. If they were a step late, they might not even get any leftovers. This time, Yifan entered the immortal manor through the entrance of the extraordinary warrior manor. With Duanda and the barbarians' cover, no one checked them at all. This ancient world was a primordial place. The spiritual chi here was many times denser than the outside world. Birds and beasts roamed about, and most of them were extremely powerful ancient beasts. Now, all the major forces had an agreement that it was forbidden to kill auspicious beasts to refine medicine. Whoever dared to violate this agreement would be severely punished to prevent beast riots from happening again. Are we going to the immortal graveyard or to find the whereabouts of that centipede? The barbarian asked. Because on the way, not all the cultivators were rushing to the ancient emperor's abode. Too many people were gathered there. If a chaotic battle broke out, perhaps only the major forces would be able to obtain anything in the end. That centipede is also not easy to deal with. The ancient mirror on the forehead is definitely an ancient saint's weapon. Even a group of supreme experts working together might not be able to suppress it. Duanda shook his head. Roar! In the distance, a flood dragon soared into the sky. It was several hundred meters long, and then it coiled around a mountain peak. With a loud roar, it tore the mountain apart. This momentum was shocking, and rocks shot through the air. Over there, a series of miserable cries rang out. Many cultivators died a violent death. Clearly, this was a powerful beast king. At the very least, it was at the half-step supreme expert level. Oh no, this path is blocked. Could it be that these beasts are going to guard the immortal graveyard? They were still very far from their destination, but along the way, they already saw many beasts blocking the way, as if they were unwilling to let human cultivators near that region. It was suspected that the ancient emperor's resting place was in the depths of the immortal manor world. Ordinary cultivators couldn't reach it at all because beasts ran amok there. Some people speculate that this ancient world has a circumference of about 80,000 kilometers. There are many dangerous places within, and it is not advisable to approach. The immortal graveyard was 30,000 kilometers away from the extraordinary warrior manor's exit. Although it was still far from the depths, it was relatively dangerous. It was surrounded by swamps, large lakes, cliffs, and abysses. With every step forward, there would be dangers of life and death. There were many ancient beasts living within, and they were incomparably powerful and terrifying. There is an ancient battlefield in the depths of this ancient world. Someone heard the battle cries. Who knows, there might be humans inside. The barbarians suggested that if they didn't find anything in the immortal graveyard, then they should enter the depths of this world to take a look. Let's be a bit more careful. The immortal graveyard map didn't mark the depths, which means that no one dares to enter yet. Fatty Duan was very cautious. Along the way, they continuously took detours. There were many beasts blocking the way, but they didn't want to clash with them. Along the way, they saw many human corpses and fresh blood. Of course, there were also many beast corpses, and they even found the bones of a few beast kings. It was extremely terrifying. Not long after, they neared their destination. The number of cultivators they saw immediately increased, and there was almost no one below the dragon transformation realm. Ordinary people couldn't reach this place at all. It really is a place that connects to the heavens. Right in front of them, there was a vast and boundless mountain range. Auspicious multicolored light blossomed, orchids grew, and dragon grass took root between the cracks of the rocks. We can't fly after entering this place, they discovered a fact with shock. The divine force was still here, but there was no way to fly into the sky. The other cultivators were the same, and they all advanced on foot. Could it be that there really is a great emperor's sacred weapon suppressing this place? Duanda revealed a rare serious expression. He was both shocked and excited. That place that connects to the heavens was surrounded by all types of complex terrain, including abyss, giant lakes, swamps, and others. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, the sound traveling extremely far. When an ancient Holy Land's 5 supreme elders crossed the Great Lake, they were swallowed by a giant black tortoise, sinking to the bottom of the lake. Heavens, that giant tortoise is as large as a small mountain. How many years has it cultivated for? Everyone cried out in alarm, feeling a wave of horror. On the other side, there were people who wanted to climb over the cliff of the abyss to approach the immortal graveyard. In the end, a giant bird that was several hundred zhang long rushed out from the precipice of the abyss. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it spat out a streak of light, sucking 70 to 80 people into its mouth. A vicious bird comparable to a Holy Lord-level expert. Many people stopped. There were some who wanted to carve formation patterns to cross over, but they discovered that it was ineffective, completely useless. Perhaps there really is a great emperor's sacred weapon suppressing this place. Many older generation figures became excited. Even if this place was a mountain of blades and a wok of oil, after coming to this conclusion, they no longer felt fear. Many people advanced wave after wave, starting to advance. Someone entered. Finally, a Holy Lord-level figure took action, killing a beast king and successfully ascending that place full of spiritual essence, entering the Pure Land. Let's walk through the swamp. Duanda sized up this place for a long time, and then he chose this direction. The 3 of them began to advance. Goo! A frog cry sounded. 100 zhang tall giant toad jumped out from the mud, devouring over 100 people in front of it in a single gulp, completely eating them. A holy lord level toad. This thing is even a great wasteland species. There are 9 golden lines on its back, and it can shoot out 9 divine arrows that can even pierce through powerful beings. The barbarian was shocked. Don't worry, we'll slowly make our way through the swamp, Duanda said. They made a detour for over 10 li, and the swamp in front of them suddenly split apart. A bitter baleful aura rushed into the sky, revealing a giant dorsal fin that was as sharp as a blade. What kind of creature is this? Ah! Miserable cries rang through the air. 6 supreme elders of a supreme sect in the Central Plains were all cut apart by that dorsal fin. The speed was too fast, and those people couldn't dodge at all. The dozens of zhang-long dorsal fin flickered with black light, and it was unstoppable. Wisps of bloody mist curled up around it. Hong! When it leapt up, Yi Fan and the others finally saw its appearance clearly. This was a large crocodile, but it had a dorsal fin. Apart from this, it also had the characteristics of a dragon, and it was over 200 zhang long. Heavens! This is a great wasteland species. Ichthyosaur crocodile. Dongfang Yi was shocked. He grew up in a savage tribe and had seen a few strange species. Although they weren't at the Holy Lord level, they were still terrifying, so he immediately recognized it. It has always been like this since time immemorial. Suddenly, a wonderful sound came from the distance. Buddhist light curled up, and an elegant and otherworldly woman sat cross-legged on a lotus throne. Her beauty was out of this world, and her appearance was solemn and dignified. She constantly chanted ancient scriptures. Her body emitted a gentle Buddhist power that purified the surrounding swamp. It turned out that there were many strange insects there. Each of them was the size of a thumb, and they could pierce through metal and stone. However, they were all blocked by the Buddhist light. Isn't this the Western Desert woman who can prove her Tao and become a bodhisattva? Duanda was surprised. Meanwhile, Yifan's eyes were fixed on another person beside the lotus throne. It was a sloppy old man who was waving at them and shouting, "Let's go together. We'll go in together and take the great emperor's holy weapon." It was the blind old man who sold the immortal burial diagram. Chapter 581. There were some sparse ancient trees in the swamp, but they towered into the clouds and cast a large area of shade. This place was very humid, and the yin energy was also very heavy. A lotus platform flowed with extraordinary splendor. It was as white as jade, translucent and overflowing with colors. A woman in flawless white clothes sat on top, her hair like clouds. She was chanting Buddhist scriptures, looking otherworldly. The old blind man stood beside the lotus platform and waved at them. His hoarse voice was very penetrating. Everyone heard him, but they hesitated and didn't move. Duanda glanced at him and mumbled, "What's the background of this old man? Why does he look like an old hoodlum and not a decent person? Who could be more dishonest than you?" "He was the one who sold the immortal burial diagram," Yifan said in a small voice. In his opinion, the old blind man was a bit more honest than Duanda. Dongfang Yi was very surprised and said, "He sold the immortal burial diagram? Everyone, how about we go together? There is strength in numbers. The ancient scriptures will be divided equally, and the holy weapons will be decided by fate." The old blind man waved his hand and called out to the 3. In the end, Yifan, Dongfang Yi, and Duanda walked forward and met up with the other 2. But as soon as they got close, they were greatly shocked. They had already seen strange insects here, but they didn't expect them to be so terrifying. Each insect seemed to be wearing golden armor and were as long as a finger. They could actually eat god power. Although the young girl refined dozens of insects, there were still 30 left. They ate a large area of the Buddhist light, and the light screen outside the old blind man's body was also full of holes. What kind of insect is this? The barbarian was shocked. Even though he lived in the wild old forest, he had never seen it before. Can it be the divine insect that the old man spoke of? Duanda was terrified and took a few steps back. Yes, this is a god-killing insect, but its blood is not pure. It is not as terrifying as the rumors say. The old blind man called out to the others and asked them to help him refine it. God-killing insects were said to be able to even devour gods. Almost nothing could stop them. They could bite through anything and eat anything. This is a legendary spiritual creature. Its value is no less than that of an ancient scripture. If you cultivate it for a few thousand years, you might really be able to give birth to a real god-slaying insect. The blind old man urged a few people to capture a few and domesticate them. Old man, you're too unkind. Unless you start nurturing these bugs from the egg, they'll definitely backfire. They won't have a good ending. Duanda gritted his teeth. Old bastard. Dongfang Yi wanted to beat him up after hearing this. For the first time, Yi Fan felt that this old liar was even worse than Duanda. He was also a person who deserved a beating. He was the kind of bastard that even dogs would bite and geese would carve. What I mean is, hurry up and help us refine these divine insects. Then we'll look for the insect nest together. The blind old man rolled his eyes, looking very innocent. Clang! The barbarian's club smashed down on a god-slaying bug, but it did not shatter. Instead, a metallic sound rang out, showing just how tough it was. These bugs were all thumb-sized and covered in fine golden scales. They looked like little flood dragons, but they didn't have horns. These things can't be broken and can only be refined with magic power. Otherwise, how could they be called god-slaying bugs? The old liar reminded. Divine insects had thin ancestral blood and were almost extinct. Now, they were in a primitive state and hadn't developed much spirituality. However, they still had this kind of power, which was enough to show how terrifying they were. If a few ancestral insects are born, Duanda's eyes lit up. He continuously rubbed his hands, appearing very excited. If he could breed a few real god-slaying bugs, he could do whatever he wanted in the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. No one had ever succeeded. According to legend, during the ancient times, there was only a saint who successfully bred a few semi-divine insects. Together with him, they killed an awakened archaic king until he disintegrated and died. I don't believe you're that tough. The barbarian's stubbornness came. He threw away the wolf fang club and reached out with one hand to pinch a golden bug, crushing it with force. Wild brat, don't move recklessly. The old liar jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, telling him to throw it away. They can bite through even the corporeal body of a powerhouse. Don't act recklessly. Duanda was also startled. Creak, creak. The barbarian twisted it with force. The golden divine insect between his fingers made an ear-piercing sound. Eft. In the end, he actually crushed a god-slaying bug alive. Golden light scattered in all directions and blood splattered everywhere. The old blind man was so shocked that he rolled his eyes. You pervert, Duanda muttered. The old liar said, hurry up and help us refine them. We don't have time to waste here. Even if we can't find the ancient scripture, as long as we can find the god-slaying bug nest, it'll still be a bountiful harvest. Duanda took action and began to help them refine it. Dongfang Yi, on the other hand, directly crushed it with his hands. It was very strenuous, but he was doing it slowly. Yi Fan also pinched one and crushed it in his sleeve. In the end, a few people still saw it. Everyone stared at him as if they had seen a ghost. I'm just trying. When can we compare notes? The barbarian's eyes shone with incomparable passion. His physical body was unparalleled, and he had never been able to find an opponent. I only know how to shoot arrows. You can be the target and I'll shoot. There's no problem at all, Yi Fan said with a smile. Dongfang Yi. In the end, several dozen god-slaying bugs were all eliminated. They searched carefully in this swamp, but they couldn't find even the shadow of a bug nest. It's most likely in the immortal graveyard. I have a premonition that it's very bad. Don't tell me a pure-blooded ancestral bug has really been born? If that's the case, even the bones of saints can be gnawed to pieces. Duanda mumbled. I see that you have yin qi all over your body. You probably come and go in the mausoleum all year round. Is that true? The old liar asked, rolling his eyes. Old man, you talk too much. Duanda did not have the slightest bit of respect for his elders. Buddha is merciful. Many thanks to the benefactors for your help. On the translucent and colorful lotus platform, the white-clothed woman smiled faintly. She had an aura as if she had jumped out of the three realms. Even gods and Buddhas who held flowers and smiled were nothing more than this. It was as if she did not belong to this mortal world, faintly discernible yet vivid. There was a golden lotus between her eyebrows, which contrasted brilliantly with her jade-like skin. Her figure was delicate, and her black hair was like clouds. She had a kind of elegant and moving beauty. Your sentient enlightenment, from the Western Desert? Dongfang Yi asked. Sentient enlightenment was a very strange name, but it was very particular in the Western Desert Buddhism. Since ancient times, not many people dared to give themselves such a name. It was another meaning of bodhisattva. It included self-awareness and awareness. It was an enlightened person who also took the responsibility of enlightening others. It was sentient and enlightened. There had long been rumors that sentient enlightenment would become a bodhisattva in the future. She was one of the few people in the Western Desert who was close to Buddha and would achieve the great Tao. Sentient enlightenment put away the lotus platform and stood in the swamp. Her white clothes fluttered, and her skin was bright and clear like seven-colored glass. She emitted a Buddhist light, making her seem like a dream or an illusion. She did not say anything superfluous. She maintained a kind of Buddhist nature, peaceful and tranquil. She nodded and smiled at them without saying much. Miserable cries sounded from the distance. That ichthyosaur crocodile was 200 zhang in length. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the swamp, killing dozens of experts in succession. It was even more terrifying than a peak divine lord. Gua! More than 10 li away, the 100 zhang tall toad's roar shook the mountains and rivers. It swallowed over 100 experts and became even more bloodthirsty. The entire swamp was trembling. This won't do. There are 2 vicious spirits guarding this place. We can't go around them at all. Yi Fan frowned. Don't worry, we can just wait here. Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone to hold it up. The old swindler was calm and unperturbed. He said that this place could avoid the 2 great wastelands and was very safe. Hong! Mud flew everywhere, swirling high into the sky. An emperor lord and a supreme being took action against the ichthyosaur crocodile. A great cauldron descended from the sky, suppressing downwards. Ho! The ichthyosaur crocodile roared loudly. The clouds in the horizon were all scattered. The 200 zhang crocodile body smashed down fiercely, sending the great cauldron flying and smashing it into a distant mountain ridge. Hong! Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. Rubble flew through the air. 7 or 8 mountain peaks were smashed down, and the great cauldron fell onto the ground. What a beast! A great seal descended from the sky and pressed downwards, turning into a jade peak. The vegetation on it was flourishing, and a silver waterfall fell down. There were birds and beasts on the ground. It was incomparably lively and grand. Dong! The jade seal turned into a great mountain and heavily pressed down on the ichthyosaur crocodile's body. The entire swamp sank down, but a bitter baleful energy suddenly rushed into the sky. Pong! The ichthyosaur crocodile took on the great seal head-on and sent it flying. It smashed into a distant mountain ridge and turned it into a barren land. This ancient variant ichthyosaur crocodile is too terrifying. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. An emperor lord and a supreme being working together couldn't suppress it. Not long after, a holy lord flew over and brought out a pair of dragon shears to suppress it. Clang! Zhang! Sparks flew in all directions and mud overflowed into the sky. The 3 supreme beings fought a great battle against the ichthyosaur crocodile. They fought until the sky darkened and the earth became dark. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 Supreme Sect Master-level characters took action together and were currently suppressing that toad. It was also very terrifying. There were 9 golden lines on its back, and it shot out 9 divine arrows that almost pierced through a sect master to death. This immortal graveyard is truly terrifying. There are holy lord-level savage ancient beast kings guarding all 4 directions. Just this swamp alone has 2 desolate beasts. Who knows what else we'll see once we enter? Now is our chance. Let's go. The old swindler called out to the others and was the first to rush towards the heaven-reaching land. In this place, apart from the supreme beings, no one else could fly. They could only advance on foot. This time, they were more scared than hurt. They didn't encounter any strange beasts and directly arrived at the heaven-reaching land. The immortal cliffs were vast and boundless, and purple energy surged. There weren't many plants here, but it wasn't lacking in vitality either. The grass that grew here was either orchids, dragon grass, or wondrous trees. Not a single stalk was ordinary. On the cliffs, 10,000-year spirit medicines bloomed and emitted a delicate fragrance. In front of the ancient cave, divine vines intertwined. The flowers were sparkling and translucent, and some even produced strange fruits. Quite a few cultivators had long since rushed in, searching everywhere for the great emperor's ancient scriptures. In this land enshrouded in purple energy, there was a mysterious Tao rhythm, but it was broken by the crowd. Battles broke out among the human cultivators. Someone discovered a cave dwelling, and a group of people swarmed in, fighting fiercely. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 10 people who lost their lives. Do you see? Who knows how many people will die today? It's just a sword art. If the great emperor's ancient scriptures appeared, even the supreme emperors would have to fight to the death. The old blind man spoke. Did you discover anything? Yi Fan poked Duanda. This fellow had been robbing tombs all year round, so he definitely had a different understanding of this place. Fatty Duan was very calm. With his hands behind his back, he continuously paced between these immortal cliffs. He was currently measuring and meticulously calculating and deducing. After a long time, he sighed and said, "This place is too big. The cliffs are endless, and the spiritual auspicious energy is too abundant. If I were to deduce everything one by one, it would take me at least half a year. Let me take a look at the general trend." Yi Fan muttered to himself. He used the heavenly origin divine technique to observe this immortal graveyard as a whole. His divine eyes shot out rays of light as they swept in all directions. Moments later, his heart trembled. This place was mysterious and mysterious. It was as if there was an immortal lying on his side in a deep sleep. It was incomparably bizarre. Yi Fan engraved on the ground, marking out the places with the most abundant spiritual auspicious energy. At the same time, he pointed out a few dragon caves that were certain to die. Not bad. I've already observed the great trend of the heaven and earth. If we work together, there is no ancient cemetery in this world that we can't enter. Even if it is the place where the great emperor died in meditation, we can still charge in. Duanda's eyes shone with a profound light. However, there were still many places to choose from. They couldn't make a decision in such a short time. Let me try divination. The old blind man grabbed dozens of ancient tortoise shells, muttered an incantation, and then threw them on the ground. What? 9 extremes? Death without a doubt. The old blind man looked at the divination on the ground and his body trembled. What do you mean? The barbarian asked. The divination shows that this place is absolute heaven, absolute earth, absolute human, absolute ghost, and absolute immortal. Let's put it this way, whatever enters will be destroyed. The old blind man's words were unnatural. Isn't this the place where the ancient great emperors died in meditation? How did it become a land of 9 extremes? Duanda was doubtful and puzzled. Yi Fan stood up and used the heavenly divine technique to observe it again. As a result, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. This immortal cliff was indeed like an immortal lying on his side. However, after carefully observing it, he was horrified. This immortal wasn't sleeping, but rather seemed to have been locked here by someone and buried here. This really is an immortal graveyard, not only in name but also in reality. He said to himself and drew this diagram on the ground. The others were also shocked. The old blind man put away the dozens of tortoise shells and continuously shook them to perform the second divination. With a crash sound, they scattered all over the ground. This time, they pressed down on the immortal graveyard drawn by Yi Fan. There are immortal treasures here, most likely the sacred weapon or even the remains of the ancient great emperors. However, this is a land of 9 extremes. The old blind man deduced the divination once again. Are you accurate? Dongfang Yi seriously doubted this old man and felt that he wasn't a good person. The old blind man said, I can't be wrong. This is definitely a land of immortal graveyards. However, there is still a strand of life. As long as we find the great emperor's sacred weapon or ancient scriptures, a path of life will most likely appear. Ah! Miserable cries could be heard from time to time in the distance. Large amounts of cliffs appeared one after another. Purple energy surged and multicolored clouds rose. It was unknown just how many cultivators had come in to fight over 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines and fight to the death for a cave with characters carved on it. This was just the beginning, yet 60 to 70 people had already lost their lives. Blood dyed the cliffs red. Let's go. The divination shows that the only strand of life is in this direction. Let's go forward and find the immortal treasures. The old blind man spoke and pointed in a direction. Even though they were nervous, they didn't retreat and chose to advance. As soon as they passed by a few cliffs, they saw quite a few bloodstains and corpses. There were quite a few people roaming about in this direction, and there was no lack of top-level figures among them. However, they didn't start a massacre. Not good. At this moment, all of the fine hairs on Duanda's body stood up. He stared at the corner of the cliff ahead and said, Did you guys see something just now? It seemed like a person disappeared in a flash. Dongfang Yi also stared in that direction. That wasn't a person. I didn't think there would be such a thing in this world. I've been in and out of all kinds of ancient tombs for more than 20 years and have never encountered such a thing. Who would have thought that I would run into one here today? Duanda's face was pale. Chapter 582. What is that? Yifan didn't look in that direction. He turned around and asked. He didn't know what they saw. I've been in the ancient tomb for more than 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. Duanda's lips were pale. Even someone like him felt fear, so one could imagine the seriousness of the problem. Could it be the god's will that the old elder mentioned? The blind old man was moved and revealed a serious expression. It's most likely that kind of thing. Duanda stared at the corner of the cliff as if he was facing a great enemy. The god's will was an illusory legend. There weren't many records in the ancient books because people seriously doubted its authenticity. Only a few ancient sects knew about it. How can you be sure with just a quick glance? The blind old man asked. This is most likely the burial ground of the ancient great emperors. Naturally, I've prepared well. You guys come and see the reaction of this divine mouse. Duanda took out a small iron cage from his sleeve. A little mouse flowing with multicolored light was rolling its eyes and twitching continuously. 9 small beams of light shot out from the top of its head. It was extremely strange. Extreme number, 9 thoughts appearing at the same time. It's most likely the god's will. The blind old man was shocked. You also know this? Fatty Duan was a bit surprised. I'm good at divination, so I naturally know a bit about ancient burial. This ancient tomb really is a burial ground for immortals. The blind old man's expression was serious as he looked around. Should we retreat or continue forward? Duanda asked. We've already entered. Is there still a way out? The blind old man was bewildered. What exactly is the god's will? Dongfang Yi asked. The immortal divine will formed after the ancient god's will dies. The blind old man said slowly. There really are gods in this world? The barbarian was shocked. He only believed in his own strength when he was in a primitive tribe and had never heard of these things. Whether gods exist or not, even the ancient great emperors couldn't say for sure. There wasn't a trace of evidence and it wasn't recognized or confirmed by the people. That's why there are very few records in the ancient books. The god's will was a terrifying existence. It was formed from the immortal will of the immortal will after the god died. It looked similar to humans and its strength was unparalleled. However, what was truly terrifying was that the divine will was a demon that slaughtered all creatures, destroying everything. It was extremely cruel and extreme, almost impossible to defend against. According to legend, Its formation was the embodiment of the evil side of the gods when they were alive. It was only after death that it was released, forming a powerful willpower that it became a human-shaped devil. Did gods really exist in this world? Ifan muttered to himself. This riddle had stumped countless cultivators since ancient times. Even the monkey's father, the emperor of fighting, had no way of answering it. It's hard to say whether there is a god or not. But just now, that person disappeared in a flash, and this spirit rat appeared to have an ultimate divine sense wave. Duanda said in a deep voice. The study of tombs was a deep and profound field of study. Duanda had studied it for many years, entering many ancient tombs and robbing many of the tombs of legendary invincible kings. For example, the Yuhua king from 15,000 years ago, the 9 heavenly weapons that dominated the world once again saw the light of day because of this. The sky demon lamp from 30,000 years ago once again shone brightly. Duanda could be said to be a grandmaster-level existence in the study of tombs. He naturally had many heaven-defying methods, and the ultimate divine sense wave was created to verify the divine will. I thought it was just something randomly written in the tomb scripture. I didn't expect it to be real. One day, I will personally see the divine will, Duanda said to himself. The few of them arrived in front of the mountain rock. That person had already disappeared without a trace, and only a few corpses were left on the ground. There were no injuries on their bodies, and their eyes were wide open. They died with everlasting regret. They were scared to death. The old swindler frowned. After a careful inspection, he discovered that their divine wills had all been destroyed, and they seemed to be extremely terrified. The divine will. There was a demon here. Thinking of this problem, no one could remain calm. Who knew when they would see it with their own eyes? Up ahead, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Another cave dwelling had been discovered, and many people rushed over to fight over it. Among them were some supreme elders of the Holy Lands, and they were fighting fiercely. Valuable caves have appeared one after another. In a while, even the emperor-level characters will make their move. After traveling for a dozen or so li, an enormous precipice lay in front of them. The imprints on its surface were indistinct, and there were birds, beasts, fish, and bugs. There were also many ancient patterns whose meaning couldn't be distinguished. This place attracted many cultivators. Among them, there were actually a few half-step powerhouses. They stood at the very front, staring at it without blinking. This is most likely a Tao comprehension diagram. Let's take a look here as well. Dongfang Yi was a martial maniac. As soon as he saw the profound diagram, he immediately stopped moving and stood there to observe it. This is a heavenly Tao diagram of nature, and it contains the true meaning of the great Tao. However, I fear that even a holy master wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Zhu Yuqing, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke up. His white clothes were like a deity, and his voice carried a magnetic quality. He was like a bodhisattva walking in the world of mortals. Ifan carefully observed it, and his heart trembled. The patterns carved on this precipice came from the same source as the ancient scripture of nature that Princess Yudai had given him. That personal letter included these things on the precipice. This should be the work of a single person. There were no profound secret techniques, and even less of a specific method. It was just a description of a type of natural Tao. I can't comprehend it. Everyone shook their heads. This was too profound and indistinct. All humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was impossible for it to be like what was recorded, to be born of an action, to have no desires or thoughts. Is this an ancient scripture created for immortals? How could a person with flesh and blood cultivate it? If one could truly cultivate it, then it would just be grass, wood, and rocks. There wouldn't be any so-called human emotions. Even the half-step powerhouses said this. They turned around and left. Pong! Suddenly, a great weapon pierced through the void and appeared abruptly. It fiercely struck Yifan's back, sending him flying 300 zhang out and smashing into the precipice. The stone wall immediately split apart, and a human-shaped hole appeared. Yifan was smashed into the precipice, and he sunk deep inside. One could imagine how great the force was. Pong! The stone wall split apart and Yifan rushed out. A strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his lips. He was burning with fury. Someone actually launched a sneak attack on him with tremendous force. If it was any other cultivator, that attack just now would have definitely wiped out their body and soul, not even leaving behind bone dregs. Even he felt his blood and chi surge, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, a black stone imprint was currently rising and falling. It was clear that it had struck Yifan's back, causing him some light injuries. Chong! A silver spear that was extremely small and only the length of a chopstick suddenly appeared. It pierced towards the top of his skull in an incomparably sinister manner. This time, Yifan was already prepared. He shifted his position and dodged to the side. The chopstick-length spear was like a streak of silver lightning. It could easily move through the void, and its power was extremely great. This is a slaughtering, forbidden artifact. It can even pierce through powerful beings. The old blind man muttered, feeling a bit surprised. The black stone imprint and the silver spear were both forbidden artifacts. They could only be used a limited number of times, but their power was extremely great. Otherwise, how could they have injured Yifan's body? In the distance, the group of people was dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a long time. They had used forbidden artifacts and thought that they would kill Yifan in one blow. Who would have thought that he would only spit out a mouthful of blood? Even a powerful being would have been pierced just now. Who is he to be able to take such an attack head-on? Is he from the same mother as that barbarian? Could they be blood brothers? How can their bodies be so monstrous? They controlled the black stone imprint and the chopstick-length silver spear to attack continuously, wanting to finish off Yifan. Two of them even flew over and quickly closed in. Little Yi, hand over your life. This person was the Xiao family's half-step powerful being, Xiao Ji. Not long ago, he had been flung away by Yifan, who knew how many mountains he had passed. Yi Zhoutian, return my brother's life. The other person looked to be in his 40s. His cultivation was also very strong, at the dragon transformation 9th transformation. He was Xiao Mingyuan's elder brother. Qi. The rest of the Xiao family threw formation flags all over the ground, wanting to surround Yifan. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The formation here had malfunctioned, and anyone below the powerful level could not fly. Surround him. Don't let him escape. The Xiao family's people rushed over. There were actually two half-step powerful beings blocking the way. They laughed coldly and pressed forward. Little brat, you are too arrogant. You dare to behave atrociously in my Xiao family's territory? You even killed Mingyuan. I will skin you today. Killing him is too easy. Extract his soul and seal it in the copper lamp. Burn it for 100 years and let him suffer all kinds of torture. A group of people surrounded him. There were 3 half-step powerful beings in total, and the rest were also experts of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. They all took out their weapons and attacked Yifan, each of them revealing their killing intent. Voila! The blind old man used his tortoise shell to perform a divination and shouted to Yifan, "Go east. The door of life will be wide open, and there will be a way out. There is such a thing as divination in a life and death battle." Dongfang Yi glared at him, then raised his Wolffang mace and said, "Brother Yi, let me help you." Buzz. He swung the Wolffang mace and smashed a Dragon Transformation Secret Realm expert into meat paste. Without any suspense, even the ancient treasure was turned into powder. Xiao family, you asked for it. Yifan was ambushed and suffered some light injuries. Although it was not serious, he was still angry. He directly uprooted a cliff that was hundreds of feet tall, shocking everyone in the distance. Their jaws dropped to the ground. What a monster! Is he even human? He has such great strength. Boom! Yifan raised his hand and threw it out, smashing a few Dragon Transformation Secret Realm experts into meat paste. He then uprooted a cliff that was hundreds of feet tall and threw it at a half-step powerful being. Bang! The half-step cultivator took out an ancient treasure, shattering the cliff and sending dust into the sky. When he looked again, Yifan had already started to draw his bow and pull the bowstring. Ah! People from the Shao family screamed in pain as they were pierced through one after another. Their bodies shattered. Flesh and bones flew everywhere. Die! The three half-step powerful beings were furious. They turned into 3 rays of light and rushed over. They took out the purple copper 8 trigrams furnace and other treasures, attacking together to kill Yi Fan. This way, Duanda shouted from afar and led the way. Dongfang Yi swung his Wolf-Fang mace and killed 4 or 5 people in a row. Zhu Yuqing also made his move, using his Buddhist aura to help Yi Fan block some people. Only the blind old man used his tortoise shell to perform divination and said, "East, then south. There is a great omen. The ancient emperor's cave is about to appear. You want to leave? Today you have nowhere to go. Yi Zhou-Tian, I will burn you all into the sky." Xiao Mingyuan's brother followed the 3 half-step powerful beings, his voice filled with hatred. "God's will. I see him again." Duanda trembled, his lips turning green.